trying our best here, guys. We're evolving with what's happening with these social audio spaces, but the real reality is that, um, like, my project is try to do without money. Like, that's really my project here. It's very challenging, and people are getting on me. They're like, "Where's Dr. Vashiva's space, and where's the other 60 hours that were before that?" It's like, dude, do you know how crazy it is to deal with a 1 gigabyte fucking audio file? Like, this is like beyond irritating what I'm dealing with here. Like, it's crazy. Like, so in that space I ran a 60-hour space, and people are coming at me and saying, like, well, we really want to see this, and all the followers really want to see this, and that it does. Like, well, your followers want to see that, but that video that you're saying that you guys are so important on has 67 views. The video today has 247, and I think we're covering really good shit. So am I going to spend my time on like a small percentage of the population that's like very vocal towards me, saying like, you need to go through 60 hours of audio files and try to fuck with them to try to get them on to goddamn Rumble? Like, I don't know how to do this, man. Like, it's a learning curve for me, and I'm a one-man show, and I got a fucking business and a family. You know what I mean? Like, so how am I supposed to do this? But I'm trying to keep it like like, oh, Patreon or whatever. But apparently Patreon is full of pedophiles, so fuck Patreon. It's like, how do I, negotiate this unless people want to do these kind of things? So that kind of like, if he wants to get involved in snipping shit, snipping my vast deferens, as it were, intellectually, then I would be more than welcome to show him my equipment and let him know. So I guess that's the quick answer.
It was so very quick. I'm just going to speak on this real quick. I'm just a dude that's just helping out here a little bit. This isn't my thing. But that frustration you guys heard from Wog, I understand it because I'm on Christmas break from school. I've got my girls here, I've got my wife, and they're all okay. They're all okay with what I'm doing here, trying to, that everybody thinks this is meaningful, but you got to take small actions on your own to make this happen. You can't take this stuff for granted. And hell, I'm half a century old now. I think this is a unique moment in time where we can make this difference. I agree, we've already won, but do you want to drag that victory out or do you want to just get to it? And people like John that have actually, you don't have to take, sue a state on your own, but that's a prime example of somebody that's gotten off their ass and said, screw it, I'm going to do it. So, however you can do that in your microcosm, whatever, just do it. I think you guys are a great value. I think this is a good investment. I hope you prove Wog right, trusting his gut and wanting to improve humanity. Soapbox done. Hi, Lynn.
So this speaks to Sovereign's question about the children and the vaccines. In my area, and especially across the states where it wasn't mandated for in a lot of places for sports like it was in my area, the uptake for very young kids, especially under 5, is like in the single digits in a lot of places. And most people who took a first dose didn't take a second dose. So there's things that are going on that people aren't talking about. And there's going to be a lot of parents who will be ashamed to admit, especially since there was so much pushback from already pre-existing vaccine reactions amongst adults. They should have known better, so they won't admit they made a mistake and talk to you about their child's injury. Right now we're seeing in my area reports of children who have the flu who are dying of strokes, and there are more like reports of children dropping dead. It's really awful, and but I can't stop it. But it's not as common as the adult because of those factors. And if you look at what's going on right now, there is a massive panic about RSV and a panic about flu. So they're pushing the seasonal flu shot on children and, everybody. And there's also 3 RSV vaccines that are coming through the approval pipeline with the FDA, and they're not even done the clinical trials, and they're already presenting their shitty data. One of these is an mRNA, 2 are classic vaccines, And if you look back in the research, I think it was 2 children died, and many children were sicker than they would have been otherwise with antibody enhanced disease, paradoxical immune enhancement post RSV vaccine in a human trial in the past. So, like, they're basically pushing some narratives to get more vaccines approved, and they're hiding the truth.
Um,
Sorry.
oh, I just had a question for Lynn. So in regards to vaccines that children, the vaccines that are on the schedule already, and the side effects that children are experiencing. Okay, those side effects are hidden. Okay, so what I'm curious is this new vaccine, the side effects that children are experiencing, are they going to be hidden too? Or is it just parents not wanting to admit that their kid is having a side effect? But what is that side effect? Because other vaccines are in place to reverse the immune systems of infants, giving them a condition that will need treatment. Okay, that's very different than death or blood clots or whatever. It's creating an actual condition, a tangible condition that they're stuck with for life. Okay. So my question here is, this new vaccine, if it's been added to the same vaccine schedule, what is its intent? Is it experimental, or is it to create conditions out of children? And are we even going to be able to have a link between the vaccine and their side effects? Because up to date, we can't. There's 23 million people with autoimmune conditions, all vaccine induced, but the link and the trigger is environmental. They're not linking vaccines to these conditions. So I'm just trying to point out here that if we talk about this new vaccine as if it's completely different than the rest of the vaccines, we're going to miss the point about why it's on the child schedule in the first place. Because it's hard for us to talk about children with side effects when they're not ours. We have no idea what's actually happening to children with this new vax, because it's not our children or whatever. Somebody would have
They're
to
all
say something.
fucked. All vaccines are fucked. Okay.
No, but
All
why?
vaccines.
Yeah, but
No,
why?
all
Why?
vaccines are fucked. So
But why?
that negates your argument, right? Oh, this new one
Why?
is a special thing and everyone's looking at special. No, they're all fucked.
Yeah,
Do
but for
not
different
do
reasons.
it.
You guys are saying the new
Period.
one's fucked because it's killing people. I'm saying the old ones are fucked because it created autoimmune conditions in children, creating
That's what
customers.
I'm telling you. I'm
You
telling
guys
you.
are saying
I
this
got the
one's fucked.
studies, bro. I got the studies, bro. I can give you scientific backup to what you're saying. They're all fucked. Don't vaccinate your kids. Period. End of story. I'm
Okay,
with
but
you. I
is
don't know why
this
you're
new?
getting
Yeah,
like
but would we be
why
able
am
to?
I like opposed to you? It's like what?
The
So the
problem
thing
we're
is that
not
we
linking.
don't know. We
We're not
don't know
linking
if there's
vaccine.
intent. We don't know if there's
Yeah,
intent to
but what
kill
he's
with
trying to
this,
tell you,
and
what
you
he's
can't
trying to
prove
tell
that
you is
there is. And
We
you
the
don't
is
know
reason
the
why
intent.
it's
intent.
on
Well,
the
if
childhood
you don't,
vaccine schedule is to protect it from, like, it's to indemnify it from liability. That's why it was
for
added to the
adults, yes,
childhood
but
vaccine.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
Okay,
matter.
we all know that. We all know that. So like you someone come in and you're like, you guys just gotta understand this shit and this is did. It's like, we're with you, sister. And we've been confronting this all night long. And it's like, yeah, I'm fucking with you. And then you continue to go on to say, like, this is why you're wrong. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, like I'm on your side, so is it like oppositional, disorder, like where the fuck are we going here? You know what I mean? Like, so I really want to hear like your reasoning. Like, I'm anti-vax all the way. All vax are fucking stupid, and prove me wrong, but they won't prove me wrong because they don't do a fucking placebo fucking thing with it, because vaccines are so effective that they won't do a fucking placebo thing. They won't do an actual like control group. So, I mean, like, are we arguing about like, your clit is like 3 inches longer than my dick? Like, where are we at here? And yes, plebs down below, I can expect the metrics to like shit themselves, but get ready for real talk, because it's like called Real Talk 9000, because I'm not going to compare apples to fucking oranges here. This is nighttime shift, So yeah, like go ahead, like come back at me and tell me why I'm fucking wrong. Like I don't get what you're, it's somehow like I'm some kind of like douchebag here, and I'm really curious like how douchey I am, because you know what, I am a douche. I'm just wondering like how big of a douche I am.
Well, and
Okay,
why
wait,
would
wait,
we
wait.
hold on? No,
Okay.
don't this dear God. Just a
No, no,
second.
just
What he's
please.
trying well, hold on, CD. Hold on.
Okay, okay,
Everybody will get there, but just let me back it up because I'm like
cool,
sober and detached here from this
cool.
thing.
I'm sober too here.
But the point is, why would we sit there and argue this one little piece of this or this one little piece of that when we're like, fuck it, the whole thing's fucked. That's the easiest way to sway the most people, not like, well, this one thing's this way and this other thing's this other way. Like, why have these really minute little differences? Let's get past it. It's all bad. None of it's good science, and move on instead of arguing about it amongst
Yeah.
ourselves.
Yes, and the divide and conquer needs to stop. But listen, I have a
Yeah,
question.
but no, but hold on, CV.
But
We got
I
to
have
go
a
back to the chick there
Just
that
really
was.
quick, I put something very important up in the front of the nest. Maybe a
Yeah,
future employee for
forget
you there,
that.
Wogpog. A
Disregard whatever he's saying.
subcontractor.
It's
No,
a
disregard. So here's the thing, CV. Just hold on. I want to go back to the chick that was just talking, because
okay.
like I'm aiming this directly at her, and she has a right to respond, and I think that her opinion is valid. I'm
Okay.
agreeing with everything
Oh,
she's
sure,
saying. I
sure.
just don't understand like why we're on some kind of like oppositional, disorder
Yeah.
situation. So go ahead,
Okay.
oppositional
Thank you.
disorder chick.
Okay, hi guys. Thanks for letting me explain. So basically what I'm trying to point out is that in general and historically vaccines have been put into place to reverse the immune systems of underdeveloped bodies, these babies, okay? Giving them a rare condition that requires treatment. Now here's the deal. There's no link to their vaccine to these conditions, okay? So when we're talking about this new
Yes, there is. Yes, there
no, but
is.
they're not
You
calling it. They're calling it
no, but you
environmental.
have to.
No, no,
No,
listen.
so listen. No,
Wait,
no,
wait,
you
wait, wait.
listen. You
Okay.
listen, because I have the fucking power here. I want you to listen. There
Yes.
is a study out of Germany that did establish that there was autoimmune disorders after vaccination, because they have very granular data, and they did it, and it was above the point of like error correction. And it's true. If you're vaccinated for anything, you're actually more apt to have asthma and any other kind of autoimmune disease. It's like there is tractionable studies out there. I want to feed your thing, and that's why I don't understand. Anyways, go ahead, Spec.
Okay.
I
Okay.
want you to go ahead, Sovereign, because I'm really digging what you're laying down, and I like fucking opposition.
Well,
Go ahead.
okay. So here's the thing: an autoimmune condition, you can have JRA or you could have asthma. Right now, JRA is going to present itself in a much more serious, way than say, you have like eczema or something. Okay, we're talking about extremely rare conditions that will make your child blind or in a wheelchair. Things that you can't just like, you know, they're not they're hard to ignore. Now those particular autoimmune conditions that rare child conditions, they're not citing the trigger as their vaccine, like JRA for instance. Okay, the MMR is the direct cause of JRA, but kids with JRA who are diagnosed with it are told that the trigger to it, whether there's hereditary factors or not, is environmental. It's a mystery. We don't know. This is why I'm bringing this up, is because we're talking about a new vaccine and we're able to make a direct link between adult side effects and this vaccine. But historically, for like many, many years, generations, so many children are vaccine injured, but yet not one of them, the link isn't with their vaccine. But yet we have all these kids that have all these rare childhood conditions.
We
Okay.
got it. We got it, dude. I'm telling you, we got
Okay.
the data. We got the data, and you know what? I'm not going to fish it out for
So
you,
so
but
I'm
I'm
gonna
telling you, we
finalize
all
my last
no, but we
point.
already have the data, bro. Like I'm telling you, we
Okay, but my
already
thing
have the
is this.
data that autoimmune. Okay, but hold on a sec.
Okay.
Like just I want to face you. I want to correct you, and it's not a diss. Okay, just get what I'm laying down here, because I'm trying to support your position, because I'm with you. But I'm going to say this: we don't know about the fucking mRNA shit, because it's totally different shit. It's not even a vaccine. It's a transfection agent. It's totally fucking different. And we don't have the metrics because they didn't let it run for long enough, like they did with every other, quote unquote vaccine. But I can tell you from the German study, they told you already that if you got vaccinated, your propensity to have like asthma and other autoimmune shit is way elevated. So I'm giving you ammo. Like, if you understand what I'm saying, like I'm not against you. I'm with you. So keep on going,
Okay.
Sovereign. I love it.
Okay, I have one more thing. Now, here's the other thing. What if this new vaccine, the new mRNA, actually isn't different than the rest? What if they're just saying that so we don't make a connection between all the vaccines that are already on the schedule and this one? How do we know? Here's the thing. If this new vaccine is so new and experimental and look at all the bad things it's doing to adults and we better hurry up and get in line and stop it, okay, are those same side effects? Is that what's going to be happening to infants? You know what I'm saying? Or just like the other vaccines, are those vaccine injuries going to be hidden? Okay, so we have all the sensationalism of this new vaccine and all the things that it's doing to adults. But really, though, how do we know it's not the same kind of vaccine and the same intent as
We'll
all the
know.
other
We'll know,
vaccines?
bro.
Wait.
We'll know.
Because it's on their schedule indefinitely. It has made it onto the infant schedule
I
indefinitely.
know, but that's their game.
No,
That's
okay,
their
so is it to
game.
kill all the infants?
Exactly what
Is it to
Brian said.
kill the
They're
infants?
giving you a
Is
gift.
it a bioweapon, or is it to create
No, but
resistance
only
out of
like
them?
only so many. There's so few percentage of people that are actually buying this into, like, doing this to their infants and stuff. It's so infinitesimal on both countries, like both United States and Canada. Like, no one's doing that. Like, this is fucking retarded, and everyone realizes it. And yeah, we will get the metrics because we will know if they are vaccinated or not. And I'm sorry for those parents if it turns out to be shitty. And if it turns out to not be shitty, which we know from the metrics of the general population rollout, but this is a different case because it's a newborn. No, but what I'm saying is that don't worry about it. Like, the people that chose to do that are like, we're in that new paradigm, bro. We've got to
Yeah, but we
fucking
can't leave a worldwide injured to treat scam up to individual moms to end. You understand what I'm saying? How
Yeah,
do
but
we not
why
know that
would you
this
do
new
that to
vaccine?
your fucking kid, bro? Like, we never took,
Babies are
like,
born in the tens of
my
thousands by
baby,
the day.
my baby, when we were fucking pregnant, she was told not to eat fucking seafood, not to change the fucking cat food, but like Tylenol was okay, right? And then guess what? They come out just this last year and said, oh, if you took Tylenol during pregnancy, then guess what? You got a twofold increase in having autism.
Yeah, to hide the fact that the vaccines did it. It's
You
just
know
to
what I'm
hide the
saying?
vaccines do it.
I know, but the
Sovereign.
thing is that we've got people that are choosing this shit, Sovereign. That's what you're not getting.
Yeah,
This
but
is
what's
like
happening is
choosing.
it's creating
There's the
customers
fucking
out of
dumbass. Okay, look
children.
at. Okay, guess what?
Sorry.
No sorries, no sorries. I don't want to hear you sorry, but I'm gonna say sorry in a different way. Guess what? There's fucking dumbasses in the fucking world, and they're gonna do dumbass shit. And you know what? If you fucking trust your government that fucking much, you just inject an experimental into your fucking baby and you just keep on doing all this shit. They're telling you it's an experimental. If you're that fucking stupid, then guess what? This is called selective evolution, right? Look at Darwin, and there you go. And the answer is right there. And it's as simple as that. I have nothing more to say about that subject because I get you and it pains me and it fucking bothers me. But you know what? I can't help fucking stupid. I've tried to do it my whole fucking life. And guess what? You're surrounded by fucking stupid fucks. That's the end of the story.
Okay,
Sovereign,
but
give me a
listen.
second. Sovereign,
Okay,
give me
so
just a second.
all right.
Please.
No, I want to hear from Sovereign. I want to hear from Sovereign right now. Do you get what I'm saying, Sovereign? Do you
No,
know
I
what
do,
I'm
but
saying?
listen, and that's in regards to this new vaccine. I'm talking about all the other vaccines where all these children are
No,
innocent
those
and
are
they got
also
in.
stupid fucks. Those are also stupid fucks.
No, but
I'm
the kids are innocent.
100%.
The kids aren't stupid fucks. Okay, the kids were innocent, and
I'm
mothers.
not.
Okay, the
What?
mothers give
Wait a
vaccines
minute.
to their
Wait a
kids
minute.
because
Wait a
they're
minute.
afraid they're gonna
How
die.
did you? No, wait a minute. How did you extend what I said to saying stupid fucks to the fucking kids, man? I'm not saying that shit.
Because those are the ones that end up getting injured.
But it's not about the kids. Who makes the
Yes, it is,
decision for
because
the
those are the
kids?
ones that are injured
No,
that
but
have
fuck,
become
man. Okay,
customers.
no, because now you're being hyperbolic, right? And then once we get hyperbolic, we got no fucking traction. I'm not
How is
saying
it
that.
not
I'm
about the
saying,
kids if they're the ones that got injured and became customers?
okay, well
They
let's
went from being babies to customers.
okay, let's go to something else, right? Let's
Okay.
put fucking vaccine right off into the corner. Who the fuck told you that you should cut your fucking kid's dick off when he's born? Right?
Exactly. Same thing. Same
You know what I'm
thing.
saying? Okay. So
Okay. But
we're
we're
on
not
the same
educated.
page.
For the most part,
I'm not
people aren't
educated because I just told you the same thing that you believe, and you're telling me I'm not educated. That's telling me that you're fucking
No, I
wanting to
said
fucking
people
have a
in
fight
general
with me.
aren't. Not you. People in general aren't educated. Same thing
I
about
know
the
that shit. I
vaccines.
know that shit. We know that shit. But our job is not to come at it like a fucking tiger to fucking, you know what I mean? Like we gotta fucking educate slowly and with the drips. You know, you don't turn someone from thinking that fucking this shit is good to that shit is bad. You know, it's drips. You know what I mean? It's not fucking like super downloads. I know I'm being a little bit harsh nowadays anyways, but you get what I'm saying. Like I got full respect for you, and I'm not gonna diss you by saying like I want to go to other speakers and stuff, but let's let Brian go to other shit. Raise your hand and come back
Thank you
in
so
because
much.
because I respect, it's full respect. It's nothing. I think we're on the same page. It's just like it's fucking weird shit sometimes because we're dealing with you know what I'm saying. Anyways, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I want to give you something, Sovereign. This is not me like stepping on it at all. Look at the gift that they're giving you. It doesn't matter if mRNA virus you say, or vaccine transfection shit is the same as these old vaccines or not. It doesn't matter. What we have right now is a clear-cut case where people are starting to see that this shit is hurting people, killing their fucking kids, and you can use that to take all those other vaccines off the schedule. Stop worrying about old vaccine, new vaccine, doesn't matter. Take the win that they're giving you and wipe the whole damn thing away. And here's the key thing I wanted to say, and feel free to reply. Here's the key thing. You will never get everybody on board, but this is a tipping point thing that you can get a lot of people on board by not zeroing in on the old vaccine, new vaccine, doesn't matter. This is a real thing that's damaging people in front of their eyes. So whether or not they admit that those autoimmune diseases are connected to those vaccines doesn't matter. We have real cases like John was talking about that are illustrated that we can show people. And guess what? That takes all those fence sitters off. And yeah, it's unfortunate. You're not going to be able to save everybody, but you'll get more people. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. So we think that the old vaccines just cause autoimmune conditions, but this new one is going to kill the kids. Is that what's going on here? And the only reason why we're going to get, anybody talking about the old vaccines is because we're going to start seeing kids starting to die. Is that what we're saying here? Is that really what's going on?
Can I say something now? Please.
Well, hold on. The optics are what matters when it comes to changing people's minds. So, I mean, I don't know how much clearer I can make that. I'm just gonna go ahead, CV.
Okay, thank you. Because I have a real question about the old vaccines and the new vaccines. Please don't interrupt me because I do have a real question about this, especially for babies. And I know how close they give these vaccines to little ones. And I think it's like 5 or 6 months old now. They have recommended, around here at least anyway, that they get all of them. So when you combine these vaccines, because you're putting the live whatever, you're putting the old vaccines in, and then you put the new one in. And the new one, you know what that does already. So what if it attaches itself to some of that old vaccine? And then what would happen? I think that we should think about that along the way too. But the main thing is, you're right, totally. I think we should go hop on the train of what's happening with these new vaccines and just take that one and run with it 100% until we can the scientists and everybody can get together and figure out how they do actually combine with each other eventually, because I think that's going to happen. I could see it happening, can't you? Any
I guess
thoughts on?
Specula.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, CV. Specula, I think you had your hand up first.
Thanks. About the case of the old vaccines, I just wanted to kind of raise a point and kind of float it up in the air as a question. You see, we have been brainwashed into thinking that, well, let's not call it brainwashed at the beginning. We have been told if you take polio vaccine, you don't get polio. If you get polio, then you will be impaired for life, and getting impaired for life through a virus is bad news. So get the polio vaccine. We were also told that as soon as the polio vaccine was instituted, cases of poliomyelitis went down, blah blah blah. So polio vaccine is good, and etc. Now, how many of us have kind of noted that recent epidemiological studies have shown that the case of poliomyelitis going down, it directly tracks with the stoppage of adding like agricultural chemicals in the water and certain kinds of fertilizers that got into drinking water as well as persisted on food products. And when that thing was corrected, polio kind of disappeared. In other words, the polio virus, so quote unquote polio virus itself, uh, very high chance it had nothing to do with the vaccine, with the poliomyelitis disease. And poliomyelitis going away had far more to do with environmental correction rather than a shot of inactivated virus. Like we had bamboozled with talk of Sabin and Salk coming up with the anti-polio vaccine, but there is an entire freaking book written about the strangeness considering that. And if this is about something as well established as the polio vaccine, like what about the other things? I think it is time to demand a retrospective cohort study. That's the term used in epidemiology, a retrospective cohort study, to go look at like the benefit being accrued from getting vaccines, and compared to what would have happened, or like to those who never got it. I think it's time that we look at it. That's my thing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, speculative. Good points. Let's go to Apothecary.
Okay, thanks. Been listening and taking some slow, deep breaths just to kind of slow it down a little bit, okay? So with regard to these new injections, I'm scraping all of the previous things that were on the childhood vaccination schedule off of this discussion right now. Let's stop and look at the current injections. What is the mRNA designed to do? It's designed to go into a cell, program the DNA to produce spike proteins. Okay, period. Now, let's look at children and COVID. How come the kids were not getting sick with COVID and dying like grown-ups? Spike protein loves to adhere itself with the furon cleavage site to ACE2 receptor sites. Kids don't have a lot of ACE2 receptor sites. Like they're just not born with them. They kind of develop as we age, and old people have tons of them, and little kids don't have very many. So there just wasn't anything for those furon cleavage sites to kind of bind with. Kids weren't getting sick. I mean, that makes sense to me. Maybe there's another explanation why these kids weren't getting sick and dying with COVID. But I mean, the ACE2 receptor um, explanation, hey, that's good for me. I'm cool with that. It makes total sense. I've looked into it and deeply, and it looks good. So I'm good with that. Well, if that's true, then these mRNA producing the spike protein, that spike protein, again, doesn't have a lot of ACE2 receptor sites to bind to. So I'm sitting here watching this with a lot of questions. You know me, I've always got all these questions. And I'm watching to see, okay, what does happen to the children that are getting the shots? Now, I know I've heard a lot of stuff about kids like ages 16 and up, 18 and up, having problems after they get, some of these shots. But I'm not really hearing anything about little kids. And you guys made a good point a lot of parents are just like, yeah, I don't think I want to give this to my kid. So the numbers of children getting them are low. So we may not hear as much. And then the other thing, we got a lot more kind of high profile stuff going on. Like I just saw another video of a newscaster falling out on camera tonight. They say that she had 2 jabs and a booster, according to her Facebook. I don't know. I didn't go look at her Facebook. I'm not even sure. Maybe she was pregnant and just got woozy and fell over. I don't know what's going on with her. More questions, right? But kind of as looking at these things and seeing patterns, we got all these athletes falling out. So we know that there's a cohort of men, specifically with Moderna, that are having some cardiac issues, the myocarditis thing, right? Like we that's pretty much a given. That's been shown over and over again. But with little kids, I don't know. I'm sitting here watching, going, well, they didn't get sick with COVID. I don't know what's going to happen to them with these injections. I think it was a horrible idea to put it on the vaccination schedule. I think parents should never give it to their child, but there are a lot of parents that aren't, like you said, they're not, I don't know, not putting 2 and 2 together. Maybe they're not too smart. Maybe they're, I don't know what they're thinking, but I know that there are some parents that did. California's got a real problem on their hands. Those kids are not going to school without these shots, and I don't know what parents are going to do. As time goes on, maybe we're going to see some things that we'd rather not see. That's just kind of where I'm standing with all this. Again, I've got more questions than answered, but I'm damn sure not going to presume that I know everything on this. I think time will tell, and we just need to be continually asking these questions, looking to the people that have, you know, coming up with some plausible answers to say, well, is that a possibility? Is that right? Could this explain some things? Again, me with more questions, right?
Well, questions are where the healthy stuff starts, so that's all good. I think we got Dr. Lori next.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to respond to that question about what's going to happen to the children because that's one of my biggest concerns. Of course, I'm concerned for everybody. I lost my own father last year after his Moderna shots, so yeah, it's a personal fight for me. But I just wanted to comment 2 things. Um, I don't know if anybody's been really following Geert Vanden Bosch pretty closely, but he came out with a video and an article, I guess you can call it, on his website maybe about a month ago. And I think it was titled, and I'm paraphrasing here because I'm not exactly sure what it was, but it was something to the along the lines of it's 5 minutes after 12 or 5 minutes after midnight, meaning, it's a doomsday clock that we're just already doomed. And one thing that he discussed in the article, and I, in my opinion, I think he's correct. But when we're injecting kids repeatedly with these spike proteins, and then on top of it, they're getting infected and reinfected. Essentially, their bodies are constantly just focused on, for lack of a better term, creating antibodies to the spike. And essentially, a big concern is they're not ever going to get an opportunity to develop their innate immune systems. And it's going to be a big problem for literally the rest of their life. So, that's certainly a big, big, big concern. And I had another one and I lost my train of thought. And please excuse me, I think I got the coof myself right now. I have a very sore throat. So hopefully you were able to hear me and understand me. But if I think of the other thing, I'll come back to it. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lori. And actually, you just made me think of something. One of the biggest pieces of damage I think they did to children during these bullshit lockdowns was robbing their immune systems of the education that they would have had interacting in society like we always have done, or like our kids out on the farm educating that immune system. So they've robbed a lot of people of that for sure. And I think that's why we saw kind of a wave of, all the common colds and all that stuff just blazing through schools.
Oh, for sure. That and their immune systems are being suppressed with these constant injections. So they're just more susceptible to this stuff. But And I'm sorry, I hope you're done speaking. I didn't mean to speak over you. Um, I thought of the second thing I was going to say. My other concern with the kids and with anybody who's getting transfected with this junk, um, but again, especially the kids, when you are giving instructions to your own body cells through mRNA to create the actual antigen itself, I mean, that is a prime setup for, excuse me, sorry, I was coughing there for a second. That is a prime setup for an autoimmune condition or multiple autoimmune conditions. So I think that's something else they might be dealing with. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Lori. Sovereign, I think you're up.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be coherent, but basically, we're talking about how we want to bring focus to this new vaccine so maybe we can address the old ones, as if the millions of children that were turned into customers isn't as important as whatever might happen to them now with the new one. Again, I'm just trying to draw a link between this new vaccine and all the old ones. I think that if we focus on how different it is, we won't ever really get to the issue that these children are actually facing. It's a guessing game. Maybe the spike proteins will affect their immune system, or it's like a big woohoo. But yet we can be certain that it's killing adults. We can be certain that it's giving adults blood clots. And it's like, well, there's something missing there. Okay, it's not because parents have vaccinated their child from the new COVID vaccine and they're just too afraid to say anything. I mean, that's a theory, but that's not probably what's happening. I mean, if any parent who has a child who's been diagnosed with something and they knew that it was because of a vaccine, they'd lose their shit. Okay, that's just the fact. The reason why nobody, parents of children with rare conditions. Hello.
Yeah,
Wog, Wog, your
So the
space.
reason why
hold on.
nobody, with parents of children with rare conditions are running in the street saying, "Oh my God, no vaccines," is because they're not saying it's a vaccine injury. You understand? So for as long as all of us have been alive, there have been children that have been constantly being injured on a regular basis. It's a running clock, and there's tons of children with autoimmune conditions that are even happening right now with the old ones. And this is what this new one is all about too. We're just not paying attention to it. Okay, and like I said, all parents would be up in arms if the vaccine injuries were actually called vaccine injuries. They're called rare conditions, and the trigger is cited as environmental, a spook or whatever, right? Okay, so that's why vaccines are still on the vaccine schedule right now. That's why there's so many, and so many are mandatory. And that's why when we're talking about this new one, we really have to get serious about what is the intent behind this new vaccine. It's not to be an experimental vaccine that's going to kill some adults, maybe, and maybe some kids, and we don't really know. That's not how they maneuver or operate. Okay. So,
Hang on.
okay.
Wog, your space is unstable. The notification came down. Just FYI, it
Yeah, we
might
got it.
crash.
We got it.
Thank
Sovereign,
you.
I think I don't know. We could talk in circles all night about
Yeah.
this, but the point is that with what's going on now, not new vaccine, not old vaccine, that's not the issue. The point of what's going on now is their trust has been eroded away through their bad behavior so that you can win what you're talking about with
Usually I turn it off by opening mine, but I was a bit curious.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm
don't.
kind of a fan of the piano music thing, and then I keep turning it off accidentally.
No. So yeah, no. Well, because like yeah, I've always just killed it myself, so I wasn't sure if another person speaks if it doesn't or not. But yeah, I guess it does because yeah, it went off a little bit after. And yeah, I don't know if they plan to offer it to allow us to like choose our own tracks there because they're okay for the first like couple times you hear them, and then quickly they get very tiresome.
Yeah, I go for the Humphrey Bogart piano music, but yeah, it loops back pretty quick.
See if he starts the space again or.
Yeah, I'm sure you got 1,000 DMs. I'm gonna head to bed, man. You guys
Okay,
enjoy.
yeah, no trouble. Have a good one. How's it going, you guys? Just wait and see if he starts the space up somewhere else or. If there's any other spaces going. Yeah. Yeah, D, I just saw your message there. I think yeah, the space was obviously having problems there toward the end.
No problem. It's a great room. Too bad.
Yeah, no. That's the problem with sometimes running the spaces for too long is that they become a mess technically. Oh, yeah, no, I don't see anybody starting another space there, so. This is this one. Something weird. Yeah, unless you guys have anything in particular, then maybe. There's Jizz. J. Let's see. How's it going, Jizz?
It's good, man. Did it crash because of WOG's de-Googled phone?
Something like that. I think in general it was unstable. I was getting a lot of weird things where like, yeah, like it would look like a bunch of people requesting, but I couldn't tell if they're requesting. And sometimes it has like an artifact and I couldn't add people even though they weren't full on slots. So in general, I think it was just a little bit sideways. I don't know if they're going to deploy right now because the space had been running long, but not that long, I think. Because I think he'd restarted it like, what, 5, 6, 7 hours ago, which isn't unusual, but.
Hey, can I ask you a tech question while we have a minute here?
Sure, go for it.
I think you can help me with this. So I have smart bulbs and switches. I have, LED lights in all the different rooms in my home. I highly recommend it, by the way. You can set the tones and different shades in different rooms. It's great atmosphere. But it's running off my Wi-Fi, and I want to cancel my home internet because it's really expensive. It's fiber and it's good, but it's like $200 a month. But I want to run all my bulbs off a Wi-Fi network. Can you recommend a router that will be a robust Wi-Fi network that won't require an internet connection?
Pretty much anything from Asus, depending on, I don't know if you have an upstairs, downstairs. They have like some heavy duty ones from Asus for like they look like almost big spiders, for like 870. I don't know how much they are because of the exchange rate, but yeah, or even one of the smaller, like in general, I've suffered when I haven't bought an Asus router.
Yeah, I remember you talking about routers, and I wasn't sure what the brand was, but that's your go-to. You've had success with those.
Yeah, the Asus, there's some various different ones out there you can get, and of course, yeah, like there's like the one thing to look for maybe somewhat future proofing is like yeah, like there's now Wi-Fi 6E. 6 is fine. You definitely want to say Wi-Fi 6 to get the full speeds out of your later devices, and then the best speeds will come off with the Wi-Fi 6E, and that's how you'll get the best spaces, speeds and all that. But yeah, and then yeah,
Love it. Because I want
and
to
then
keep running these
technically,
things.
even
Yeah.
if you use like if you later on get the internet again where you have a modem that they give, well, technically, so if you're on fiber, because actually they gave me a free modem too, which was actually lucky because you probably heard me, like I had a weird electrical storm in this D-Link that I'd had for a bit, like it just went out. Nothing else went out, but like something about like the static electricity in the air. It'd always been a little shitty, but yeah, it finally just went out for whatever reason off of that. But then luckily, when I got the fiber from my thing, they gave me a free rental on a modem. I mean, on the router, and then it had a modem too. Technically, if it has a separate modem from the router, you can actually use whatever router you want. You don't even need theirs, or you can always plug in your better one into it anyway. So
Yeah, well, I think it's a pretty good one I have. It's TELUS, right? So they have this.
yeah,
It
so
looks like it's a monster. It looks like a Sonos almost, that shape.
Yeah, I
so
got the
one
same one
secret
that
is
Hey, bro.
if you don't want to have to deal with the whole resyncing, when you buy and set up your new router, just give it the exact same SSID and the exact same password, and your devices will magically work on it.
Oh, really? Oh
Yeah,
man. Okay. Thanks, man. Yeah, because I love I love the having the remote control on my lights and stuff. But yeah, don't need internet. So the SSID, maybe that's another question for another time. Is that easy to plug in or?
yeah, it's just the thing you change, right? Usually you can change it on it, especially if you buy one like the Asus. Like, yeah, probably if you're just using
Okay.
the router they gave you, then it's not. But yeah, usually when you buy it, they ask you to change it, and then if you just give it the same one as your
Oh,
previous one,
nice.
yeah, you want to go and reset them up. Because yeah, no, like I mean, of course, over the last 10 years, I've probably had like 3 or 4 different routers just for whatever reason. But I've kept my SSID the same on them for the most part. Because now they're unified, but because like the way I have it, it's something 50 because it was the 50 gigahertz, and now everything's almost 50 gigahertz unless it's a 2.5 gigahertz. I mean 2.4. So I had like two different. So I had like XYZ-A and XYZ-B, or what was XYZ-24, XYZ-50, and that was the just and so yeah, devices I've had even as I've switched the modem, the routers, because I have the exact same password and SSID there, it automatically works.
That's a great tip because yeah, I mean I got like probably 20 bulbs, 10 switches, and yeah, resyncing that it would just take a while. It's usually fine, but it's much rather. I have lots of lights plugged into them and heaters and fans and stuff. I highly recommend. I know I said it, but I recommend these LED bulbs. They can really enhance your atmosphere and your living space. So thanks for that,
Yeah,
Jay.
yeah, no trouble.
I think
And
you
yeah,
could do a tech show, man. You've got that kind of knowledge. I bet you could do like a tech support space.
maybe we could try it sometime. Just random tech support questions. I get.
I just got a notice that WOG started a space, man.
Did he? Okay, but I saw him pop in here for a second. Let me see. Let's see where is he? Okay, yeah, looks like he did. So I'll go back over there. So this is gonna die in 5 seconds, guys.
No, we all do. I mean, that's the reality here is that we're, honest to God, to be honest with you, Carol, I've felt like for a few months here, like my work here is done because I already knew that we already turned the narrative, but a lot of people didn't detect it. But there is something that heartens me. It's like people come in, they're totally new, they're freaked out, they don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Like I'm not a savior here. I don't have an answer. But one thing I do know is that I know that the logical setup that I've like somewhat, perhaps it's and I've sort of felt this like multiple times during this time period where I think that somehow my sort of experience, and I've never really fully elucidated my whole experience with like vaccines and hesitancy or whatever you want to call it, not believing in vaccines at all, or conspiracy theories and all this other stuff. I've sort of been set up here a little bit in a perfect position to sort of be the nexus point of this. And I was debating about starting a podcast years ago, and I never really, it was sort of by accident this stuff got forced upon me, because honestly I never really felt like I was like I didn't really know what I wanted to like focus on specifically. And that's why I think that this is like somewhat of a powerful medium, because like we could have a space on windsurfing and then like get like world-class windsurfers in here. Like it's almost kind of crazy, because in some ways, like, I don't feel valid a lot of the time, but what I try to do is not, focus the thing on me, right? Like you do. I try to focus it on, what you like, what the listeners or what the speakers want to talk about. And yeah, I'll throw in my 2 cents every here and there. And as I get more experience, the more I learn that my 2 cents is, I don't want to say it's immaterial, but I aspire to be like sort of basically neutral, you know, um, so I can get to the point of it not being, me spouting my vitriol or whatever. But at this point, I just feel it's so important that, like, yes, it is a biased space and whatever, but I want everyone to have a realm to speak and all that kind of stuff. But it's like it's so important to me, and I feel at the base level that sometimes it overcomes me, and then I can't maintain my neutrality. But I'm just trying to become the best that I can be, but I still sort of feel like I would just feel much more comfortable if I could be like totally neutral and just like facilitate conversation like even better. But anyways, I mean, I think you feel the same, and you try to do your thing. And like, I don't know, it's just it's tough, right? Because I don't know, you know I don't know, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm just trying to muddle through it. But I guess that's all we can do with life anyways, right? So
Well, you have to be authentic, Wog. You can't just be fake. And I mean, I'm seeing that in some of these giant spaces that are opening up. The host just kind of sits there and never says anything. And when they do, it's all sunshine and roses that they're blowing up somebody's skirt. And it's like, okay, well, do you have an opinion? Apparently not. All you're doing is telling people
well,
how
even
wonderful they are.
more important, you have like all the best doctors in the world speaking on the same space. Like, dude, I'm telling you from running multiple spaces, if you have 20 of the best doctors in the world, that's going to be such a fucking cock fuck. And that's why people are like saying in the space, like, well, I'm just going over to this other bigger space because, that's where all the doctors are. And it's like, yeah, get ready for cock fuck 9,000 on a space. Like, it's not even going to be what you think it is going to be. This is participatory. the beauty of space is it's participatory, right? And like the things that people don't understand is like, well, I'm going to go over to this big space. I'm going to be a listener, and I'm going to listen to like how fucked up this is about, Joe, Danglish 9000 is going to talk about, his, the vaccine is, assembled nanobots, or what. I don't care. I'm using hyperbole here, but what I'm trying to say is like, it's like actually the worst, exhibition of this shit, and like people don't get that, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna go over to this space, it's gonna be so fantastic, Malone's gonna be in there. It's like, yeah, Malone speaks for 30 seconds every hour, and it's like,
Yeah,
and just a giant.
what's happening in those spaces, because of course I go in there and listen to those from time to time. Not always. I duck out sometimes after just a very short time. But what's happening is there are actually, and I've identified and screenshotted some accounts that are actually paid pharmaceutical employees. One of them bounces in as an emergency room doctor, and I'm sure she is. But when you get into her bio and start digging around and do a little, search in your search engine for her, you find out that, yeah, she works for Bayer. Like she's on the Monsanto payroll. So they've got some characters in there that are in opposition, like you said, like paid opposition, literally, that are just going in there, and if they weren't being paid, they'd probably keep their big mouths shut, but some of them are getting paid to go in there and try and discount these doctors, and they're rude as hell. But anyway, that's going on. But I wanted you to know
Yeah.
too, like you were talking about, people that they've just come in like a tsunami, right? All these new people, and since the drops have been coming out, since Elon's been releasing these files. And there was one in Dutch's room earlier this evening. Same thing. Come in and start downloading on us. And the room's full of OGs. You've got Rampart and others that have been in these spaces with us forever. And this guy comes in and he just starts downloading all this stuff. And he's not wrong. He's right about everything. But he's talking to us like we're children who know nothing, haven't been here for the last 2 years, saying the same damn things. He's on Flumanji level 3, and he has to show us all how smart he is. And we really at one point, um, Judge kind of stopped him and Rampart both. I'm sitting there just going, okay, here we go again. But they had to stop him and say, wait a minute, wait a minute. We agree with you. Everything you're saying is the same stuff we've been saying for 2 or 3 years, and really, we just kind of we're ready to move on. And when I put my 2 cents in, of course, I'm looking at all this like it's the game of Flumanji. What level are you on? And that's literally where he was. He was like Flumanji level 3, I think.
Yeah.
And we're all sitting up here at Flumanji level 9, 10, 11, going, what do I got to do here? I got to sit here and watch you struggle at level 3. We're moving on. We've got other things to worry about. Other stuff's happening in all of this, and we got to stop the boat so that you can download all this. And I understand they're coming in. They want to be heard. They want their voice. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of
No, but
stuck.
this is
I'm like you.
no,
I'm
no,
stuck.
no, no. But the thing is, this is advanced course, right? Like we've hit on it like multiple times this week. Like people are like come in and they're like, oh, da, 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 da. And like, we covered that last week. Like we literally were like a week and a half of advanced on the thing, right? And whatever the thing was, we've already disambiguated. Like someone came in today and it's like, oh, I don't know if you guys ever heard about the Twitter files and da da da. It's like, yeah, bro, we did like fucking 60 hours of combined spaces with like me, Zinc, Mikey and TR6. We did like multiple hours. We probably did like 100 hours on fucking Twitter files like thing, right? It's like we're not here, like I said, like this is night shift, right? So it's like, drop F bombs, fuck around and find out, like zero patience for like just retardation. But it's like, I'm sorry, but like you're in the wrong room. Like go back into like, oh my God, like, it sounds like the vaccine may not be, like you need to go, and that's what we really need is a disambiguation of rooms of like levels, right? Essentially, it's like if we're in this room where we're talking high level with doctors and nurses and statistic analysis experts and cancer researchers that have PCR machines like at their disposal every day, and molecular biologists that have like figured out a whole bunch of other shit that's like way beyond like whatever me and you could understand, even as people that are well versed in science, is like, well, I want to learn from those people. I want to, I want to leverage that. And like the thing that irritates me is like it isn't like lack of knowledge, okay? Like lack of knowledge is not what irritates me. Laziness of knowledge is what irritates me. It's like, please present it to me on a little silver plate where I can understand it. And like that's what I've started to like. I've started to pivot the rooms a bit, like where I sort of lay down like these science. So as I repeat and repeat and repeat these things, I've started to get it down to like, a 2-minute diatribe to be like, okay, this is what's going on with the PCR test. Boom, 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 and then done. And then it's like, okay, here's what's going on with like, gain of function research. 2-minute, boom, 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 boom. Here's what's going on with this and that. This is our current knowledge. Like, this is what's going on. Please follow these other people that are much more intelligent than me, and please listen to these other people, like vitamin D. Boom, 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 boom. Like, the pre-hormone discussion today about vitamin D. I mean, I think like for me, like the takeaway from today's room and like today's and yesterday's room, right? Basically, another 30-hour room or whatever it was, 35 hours, is like vitamin D is not just simply a vitamin, right? And we got the Dr. Patrick to admit to that, or not admit, but like acquiesce or whatever you want to call it, like his research and stuff like that, Dr. Ben. And I mean, we have two, like, a researcher, PhD level guy and a doctor sort of agree upon the general principles, then we already know where we're at. But I mean, for us to like
to have someone fly in, grab a mic. They've been in the space for 5 seconds. Grab a mic, come in, and start talking about chain link fences and mosquitoes. Right? Am I right?
Yeah, well, that's it, right? And then it's like, and then even worse, it's like, okay, well, I have so everyone's going to fly in with their agenda, right? So, and then they fly in with like, I'm a theta child from, planet Xeon or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, that's AKA a Mormon, right? And they're like, oh, what do you mean? Like, it's like, well, that's what you're talking about. It's like, well, what do you mean? Like, and so I have to get into these fights over something that has nothing to do with nothing. And then it's like what I'm trying to say is like, can we not like I don't really like, it's the same thing with your sexuality, right? Like I don't ask you, Carol, like, Carol, are you bisexual curious or anything like this? Like I don't ask you like, are you, Christian curious? Like I don't care, and the main point is this, is that I want what your download is. What's the intellectuality that you can lend to the conversation? I'm a fucking black cat on fucking internet here, right? According to Jordan Peterson, I shouldn't be allowed to be on Twitter. So you're stupid fuck already. Just disregard boomer stupid shit because he reads the comments and he's butthurt because he reads the comments on YouTube and Twitter. Well, too bad for you, motherfucker, because I'm trying to create a room that is about ideas. It's not actually about me. If I actually said my real identity and I said what I really do, if we discussed what I really do and what I really, like, that wouldn't lend itself to where we want to go to. But there's these facile interpretations of stuff, and it's like, wow, like I'm actually really trying to be the best person I can be and trying to create value for each of you people.
Yeah, I get you. I do. And you don't have to lay out credentials. You know, I mean, I feel like I have had to do that in order to be taken seriously. That I'm not just some person flying in, downloading stuff, and everybody's going, "Well, that's pretty crazy. Where did all that come from about childhood vaccines, et cetera, et cetera?" I feel like I have to lay out the cred, or why take me seriously, right?
Well, and that's where I felt pretty attacked today with Sovereign. And I was like, dude, like, we're laying down the exact same thing. It's just that you're interpreting it in a different way. Like, I'm not like this is like one of those things, like, I sort of didn't really get into it when Joseph Lee was in the room today, Dr. Joseph Lee. But I'm not a proponent of any vaccine. He sort of laid down the case, on the, general accepted level of, okay, this is like, could be this scientific basis and this and that. But what I was laying down the groundwork for is, like, I was laying down the groundwork for the major takedown of vaccinations as a whole, right? And when, like, see, that's the problem with rooms is, and this and I know this, is that someone comes in with a narrative and they're going to push their narrative, right? It doesn't really matter like what I say or what you say as a host, or if I'm a host or I'm a guest or whatever. Like, when you held your room on like near death experiences, I just went in and I folded in underneath your thing. I didn't go into, like, well, and also I want to say, like, vaccination sucks and da da da. Like, I just said, like, okay, your thing is about surrender, right? And I told like a really heartfelt story, and I was very conflicted, like, for example, about telling that story in your space, because, like, I don't really open up that much, but because I trust you, as a person, and I thought it was really valuable for your listeners, I decided to open up, right? And I don't tell that story. I don't tell my, you know, it's not a glory story, right? It's a surrender story. And as a man, I mean, it's really important to know how to surrender, right? And I know that, like, everyone's imagery goes to, exact opposite of what I'm talking about, but like, you have to know how to, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if this makes sense here, but
No, it is, and I'm glad that you reminded me of that, because that's probably what I need to be um, doing a better job of right now, instead of resisting some of the stuff that's happening. Just kind of surrender and open up and see where that takes me. If maybe just the resisting isn't creating more problems for me, you know, I'm creating my own problems that way. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad you brought that up.
no, but I mean, that room was like, so it, like, literally, when you talk about like holy health, right? Like, holy as a, pun, haha, like whole e, you know, it's whole health. And it's like, the whole health thing, like, it requires a mental component, right? And like, for a man to like say, like, yeah, I got fucked, I was fucked, like, I lost, like, I lost, and for me to admit that was the path through to survival, right? Instead of be like, so in other words, tuning into the female, right? Because it, and I don't know if it came through on your thing. I really hope to God it's recorded somewhere, because I rarely tell that story, and I hope you got it. But if you didn't, it's like, to be a true man, you have to know what it is like to, like, surrender and realize when you're beaten, because you've tested yourself to that nth degree, and then you failed, and through failure comes learning, right? Failure as a man is not like you failed, right? And that's what we're taught in our society. It's like, oh, you failed, oh, that you're a loser, right? You're just written off immediately. That's not actually how it works. It's like you fail, you're redeemed. You're redeemed through your own spiritual awakening to a different level, right? And same thing that happens with kids with fevers, right? And that's why I've always poo-pooed, Tylenol, or, oh, my kid has a fever, I'm just going to give him Tylenol. It's like, why, right? Do you not think that the body of the kid is trying to tell it something? Like, maybe I need to be like super hot right now to burn out these viruses. And it's like, oh, well, or whatever, bacterial infection. Oh, I never thought about it that way. But his fever got high and I wanted to down it.
Yeah, good point. Well, look, your room is filling up there. Have you not got any speaker requests there, Wog? I see that Master Zinc is back with us. Oops, he just left.
Oh, Carol, I just wanted a little intimate moment with you, all alone.
Right. With an audience. Yeah, I love it.
Okay, let the shitstorm begin. Okay, shitstorm, engage. All right. Well, thank you, Carol, for being my soul sister, and I do appreciate you so much. And also follow Carol. I mean, it's just I keep on saying all this stuff, but we don't people don't really realize like the network effect stuff. It's always this like and then the room shits itself, and it's like, oh, I should have followed that guy. It's like, well, follow Carol, follow Brian, follow Regan.
But
Go.
really, it's everyone together. It's like you said. It's the collective. Together, we're so much stronger and so much smarter than any one of us individually. Together we bring so much, um, value to each other and helping each other through all this cray cray that we've been living through the last 3 years. And so
Yeah,
it is. It's all of us.
until the retard at the back of the class steps up and starts to drag us down into like,
I've always
you
said
know.
we needed. I've always said that we needed short bus spaces. I've been saying that from the beginning.
Okay, well this
for a little bit. All right, I'm assuming that the silence means yes. Hey, I wanted to bring up because of that lady Sovereign. Like you said it like perfectly in two gruesome ways. Fuck around and find out, right? Like about the vaccine situation that got approved for the kids. And the other way you brought it to home was, well, there's like Darwinism, right? Like the weak are gonna be shed away. Well, the other way I see it is like when I was growing up, somebody told me, well, there's three types of people in this world. There's the people that learn by looking and seeing how somebody can get burned by putting their hand on the stove. Then there's the people that they have to be told, hey, you're gonna burn yourself if you touch the hot stove. And then there's the people that actually learn by burning themselves with a stove. So pain is gonna make a ton of people realize that they're doing the wrong thing by administering those vaccines that get pushed to their kids. And unfortunately, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fuck around and find out. And yeah, it's gonna be very sad. But guess what? Some people they just have to learn through experience. And I hate to say it too, but a lot of these people that got the COVID vaccine, they literally got brain damage. Like there's no other way around it. It's in the literature, like it's gonna go to your brain. there's people that got vaccinated and their
No,
brains
no,
swelled up
disagree,
and cancer is fine.
disagree. Don't go
I'm
hyperbolic on that, dude.
I'm gonna
It's
disagree
really hurtful.
too.
It's really hurtful. It's like, yes, you can say that your position is so superior, but it's like, just be careful, because we're not going to win this through, critical thinking. We're going to win it through strategic thinking. It's like, that's hyperbolic, right? It's like, oh, you're a dumbass because you did this. It's like, that's not true. I'm in my house right now. I don't. Just be careful. We're not going to win through that kind of thinking, right?
Just you need to be careful because you didn't bury a 34-year-old daughter. That's why you need to be careful.
Well, everyone needs to be careful, because it's not about it. This shit is not binary, guys. So it's like
Can they share a
like,
story?
I'll share all kinds of stories, but you can't, like, yes, there's been people that have been harmed. There's been people that have no harm whatsoever. There's been people that are slightly harmed. I mean, like, where do we, like, be careful about hyperbole, guys. It's are we going to win through hyperbole? Are we going to win through, just be careful. I mean, I want people to engage their higher thinking. But anyways, let's move to a different speaker. Regan,
Okay.
go ahead.
I Wog. I was next. Thanks, man. How you doing, Wog? Yeah. So Apollo Carol was bringing up. It's good to hear your voice. I agree with you. Like each of us have our own unique gifts. That's what's so great, right? If you get more people we get, the more each of us have our own sort of unique talents. So that's great. As far as just want to point out, I think it might have been you, Carol, Apollo, that you were asking, or someone else was asking about, why kids aren't getting COVID, or I think is how I heard. Again, I come back. This is for the people in the freedom movement. That there is no evidence COVID exists, right? No strong evidence. If you were going to put the weight of the evidence one way or the other, you would easily vote that there's no case that COVID actually exists, and that's something that it may not be what we want to go out with and fight against, but it's really, I think, very, very important for people in the freedom movement to realize that, right? And all the graphs, there's no excess deaths for the first year of COVID. The average age of death is higher than the average age of life expectancy. And so I think it's really important. I've found amongst my friends and people that are in the movement that we think that way, and that we realize they lied about everything else, and they lied, and the evidence is pointing very strongly that they lied about the actual virus. So that's number one. Number two, when it comes to vaccines, on top of everything else that we've talked about, one thing that all attempts at a vaccine do is stimulate the immune system. And there's strong literature that when you stimulate the immune system, it makes the person vulnerable for any viruses or conditions that they have that the body's actually done a good job at controlling. So, for example, if you have an HIV positive mother, she doesn't have AIDS, but HIV virus, they will not give her child, if she has a new child, any of the vaccines at 6 months without first administering retroviruses. I mean, not retrovirus, sorry, antiviral medications, because they know that if they stimulate the immune system at 6 months, AIDS will most likely come out in the baby. So that's on top of all the other problems with vaccines about damaging and causing autoimmune. It also makes your body susceptible to anything that you just happen to have. And all of us, as we get older and older, have viruses, or we get viruses passed down through like through our mom, that our body's doing a really good job. So it weakens us. It opens a door. So how many of those injuries that aren't even necessary, that we would never even think are connected with the administration of vaccine are also happening. So that's just another layer that we need to be aware of. I'll give you one other point is that in 1934, someone mentioned the polio virus. In 1934, they were trying to get the polio virus, the early attempts. The polio vaccine for the so-called polio virus. And in 1934, they tried it and they injured a bunch of doctors in LA. And there was this outbreak of a viral condition called chronic fatigue syndrome. And two of the doctors sued and won $2 million at the equivalent now that's why it took 20, 30 years later before they tried again, to get the so-called polio vaccine. So there's a long history of damage. And I have the articles for that long history of clear damage from it's like Russian roulette. When you give someone a vaccine, it's stimulating the immune system, and you just don't know how it's going to affect, and that's the danger. The last final thing I want to say is that my girlfriend and I, we don't usually go to Walmart, and this is sort of a little off target, but it's just to be aware of this. The most people here probably know that the purpose of COVID was also not, I don't know about the bioweapon and all that, but it definitely was to bring in digital currency, right? And so Walmart is now apparently, my girlfriend told me that when you put, they won't even let cash go into any of your self-serve. They've all been removed. So if you want to do cash, you got to go wait for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes to this little tiny one little cash register. So that'll be gone too. So just be aware of that as well, that digital currency, it was the other way. It wasn't COVID to bring in, it was it wasn't, they're using the whole scare to bring in the digital currency. So thanks, Wog.
Yeah, well, on the Walmart thing, I mean, the thing is, it takes herd immunity to that, and the herd will likely line up in 20 people thick when there is 2 people waiting at the actual person cashier thing. So yeah, that's 100%. There is something else there, though. It's this whole thing with what we're talking about. This is not rocket science. I mean, sometimes it seems hyperbolic about all this stuff. It's like it's so easy to do, what's right. So today, I did 2. So today was our resupply mission. So we drove into the big city and we did it, right? And so I was like, what's more efficient, right? So I was like, well, I'm going to go behind one guy with a shit ton of stuff, or I'm going to send my kid to go wait in line with the self-checkout thing. Well, the self-checkout thing won, and I moved the cart over to that and just did the shit over there, even though it was a pain in the ass and required 2 interactions with the human to, oops, my kid wanted to buy something that he wasn't supposed to, and then we couldn't figure out the, code for the mango that he wanted to buy or whatever. So even though it lent itself to more human intervention, it did work faster. And then when I went to Walmart, I made a point of just waiting inside of the human line cashier as opposed to the, scan your own shit, blah, 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 blah. And if you remember, Walmart sort of rolled out like this in a slight fashion, got everybody used to it, get them used to like, oh, your image is recorded and da 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 da, right? So when you use your debit card, now you got your image now translated into that debit card. So you're already in social credit, you're already in digital ID, it's already happened, right? So at first it was sort of a tryout to see like just how many people would do it. And then as soon as they figured out that people were going for it, And they just expanded that to now there's only one chick running a cashier sort of thing. So it's superbly interesting, but it's also like it's about consent. It's about consent of the herd, right? And we often we take it off and say, oh, this is just the corporation doing this, and this is this and that. Well, do you go through the fucking automatic cashier thing at Walmart, or do you go through the old bag, with her, face mask and her, tendonitis thing, and God knows how many, WCB claims have gone through it, right? How many bullshit situations have gone through with this employee, right? Or if you're the corporation, you're just like, okay, the fastest we can get away from like this fucking bullshit situation of like, humans, do you go towards the other spectrum, right? It's pretty clairvoyant to me as a business owner. Like I would totally go the same way that they're going, but for me as a consumer, I try to always go towards the actual analog person swiping my shit. So, there's that. So go ahead, Regan.
Hey, thanks, Wog. Hey, good evening, Apothecary. Nice to see you. Thanks for having me in the room there, Wog. Couple of things. First off, we shouldn't be shopping at Walmart. Walmart people or the Walmart family is not the type of people we want to support. Secondly, if you do go to Walmart, you got to go to the person at the checkout. Otherwise, I'm going to end up unemployed because I work at Walmart. And with that being said, great room today, Wog, man. You had some great speakers up. I learned a lot, so well done. I did want to push back on Dr. The Asian fellow that's always in the room. Great doctor. I love what he has to say, but I didn't push back on him about the one thing.
And Dr. Lee.
No, Dr. Ben.
Oh, Dr. Ben.
Dr.
Yeah.
Ben.
What was your pushback?
Well, and I wasn't going to do it because your room was going so smoothly, and I didn't want to change the direction at the time. But
no, do it. Always push back. Always push back.
You guys were so focused on the medical stuff, I didn't want to push back. But he was saying that Canada has already turned communist, and it's no different than China. And I disagree. I think maybe he didn't mean to say that. That maybe what he meant was Canada's moving towards communism.
No, he meant to say it. He meant to say it because he's. I've talked to him on like this isn't my first rodeo with him, but no, he knows.
What bothered me is that I think that Canada is moving in that direction, and I, as much as anybody, want to stop that, but it's kind of a defeatist attitude. Fuck that. This is my country, and I'm not letting it fall into communism. So I think there's a lot of
but you have to.
It's already there. It's already there.
But you can't say it's the same as China because at this point I can speak out. I don't have to worry about being shot in the head or taken off to the gulags. It may come down if everybody wants to stay down when they put the police into the street or whatever, if it goes that way. But I think there's enough smart people and enough strong Canadians that are going to push back because I'm not letting it go that way.
No, and that's exactly the hyperbole that's the hyperbole that we're fighting against, right? So yeah, no, fair enough, and I agree with what you just said, and like it's the hyperbole that's going to kill us, right? So, I think there was a couple of you guys that wanted to comment on that, so let's just go to you guys and figure out who wants to go next. But I think there was the chick and a dude that wanted to sort of fight back on that. So go ahead. Well, who is the chick that just interjected? Go ahead, interjecting.
That's
chick.
Clear.
That would be me.
Well, then go ahead.
Well, how are we not there, Regan? How are we not there?
Well,
why do you believe it? Why do you believe that we're there?
I haven't followed one of the goddamn rules. I'm not injected. I didn't close my business.
Okay, well, you're following the
mask,
rules.
No,
you're following the rules does not make us not there. We're there.
Well, then tell us why. You have to prove your point, right? You can't just like throw it out. You have to like Okay, so receipts.
Okay,
What's your receipts?
Absolutely I will. I had to get the vaccine. I had to go and get the vaccine. Didn't want to
So
go get the
your
vaccine.
choice, right? Your choice, right?
No,
Not
it
coerced.
wasn't my
No.
choice.
No, let's be clear here. You
Okay, you
did
want to be
not
clear?
have to. No. I'm going to tell you what the government's going to say. I'm going to play devil's advocate. You did not have to, but your job required it, correct?
No, my job didn't. I need to pick up my daughter's ashes in the States. 34 years old.
Okay, so
I
then there you
had to
go.
do
So
that.
then you
So you
had
know what?
to because of whatever, right?
That is
So
right.
Hey, I'll
So
tell you clear.
everybody that's going on there bickering about some goddamn moment, when your adopted daughter,
well, okay,
which is
so
your niece, no,
okay,
let me
so
speak.
no,
Let me speak.
I won't let you speak. No, I won't let you
Oh,
speak for a second. Hold on.
okay.
Hold your horses. Now, you can't just get those ashes shipped up to where you're at? Is that impossible?
It's my daughter. No, I will go pick them up.
Oh, so you have to go pick them up. So that was your choice then, right? See, this is I'm just playing devil's advocate of what the government would say, right? Like it was your choice, right? So it was your choice because you had to have it to go across the border, blah blah blah. You see what I mean here? Like if you can't work around it, then you're fucked. So keep on going. Like tell us more.
My brother's
Yeah,
unvaxxed and he's
well,
crossed the
you know
border a
what?
bunch
When
of
you
times.
can take, you know what, Reagan, when you can take out the emotions, but when you have a 34-year-old that died and you're
So
responsible.
you have to go down there to pick up the ashes yourself. You can't FedEx them up to Canada. Is that what you're?
Oh,
Is
yeah,
that what
yeah.
the point is? Is that what the thing is here? Well, then that was a choice. Then you made that choice,
Yeah,
right?
it
Correct.
was a choice. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So
You
then
know
there you go.
what? God damn it, you're right, Wog. I should have just fucking UPS them and fucking no emotions and
No, but I'm just
freaking,
saying.
yeah, just go pick them up.
I'm
Go
doing
pick
a
them.
job here. I'm doing a job here for you, and I'm trying to illustrate what the argument is. Okay, so
The
please
argument is, Wog.
don't attack the messenger. I'm
No,
telling
no,
you.
no, honey. I am not attacking the messenger. I'm attacking those that say you got vaccinated for this reason, to save your house, to do this, to do this. You know what, Wog? I got vaccinated because this girl, the love of my life, my niece, my daughter that I adopted, I skipped out on so much. Auntie Carol, come here, come there. No. I'm not vaccinated. I can't go. I can't do this. I skipped out on that because I refused to get vaccinated. I missed 3 times going to see her. And when she died, you're goddamn right I got vaccinated because I have
Okay,
other
so
family. No. You don't know. You shut the fuck up right now, Wog. I respect you enough. I love you enough. I've been in your rooms for fucking over a year. Over a year. I miss so much. And you know what? I chose to do that because I have other nieces. I adopted 2 of my twin nieces. I adopted them at a very young age. And you know what? I was not going to miss another goddamn thing for this fucking scare tactic or anything. I'll take the shot
okay, so how
and
did she
I'll
die?
go see them.
How did she die then? Let's go into that.
Well, Wog, that's the thing that is unsettling because she did die and they gave us asphyxiation, alcohol level. But my niece was a partier.
Okay.
I know she overcome it many a times, but the rate, it.
No one
Sorry,
knows. So basically, no
sorry,
one knows. No, that's okay. No, don't. No
not.
sorries.
It's hard.
No, here's the other thing. When you got vaccinated, were any shitty effects to you, or no?
No, no
See,
shitty
there you go.
effects.
There you go. So this is feeding like a non-narrative thing, and I was trying to feed my narrative, and it didn't feed it. Go ahead, Tycho.
No,
Just
and it was
no.
one of
You
those
can
where,
you
you know
can
what,
read to your thing, buddy. Go. You're a big boy.
I got vaccinated so I could go and do her memorial in Colorado, bury her ashes, and do her thing.
Tycho.
Hey, Clear. Hey, Wog, your mic's on, bud. Hey, Clear, I respect the choice you made, and I know it wasn't easy, and you probably made the
No,
right
and
choice. I
Reagan,
understand. I have nieces.
it's not easy. It's not
I
easy
understand that.
because you know what, Reagan, no, you don't
Why? You
understand,
don't think
Reagan.
I've lost people? You don't think
No,
I've given up a lot? Come on,
no,
that's just ignorant.
no, Reagan, listen, it's not about losing people. It's about I lost time, because you have to remember, Reagan, a year, 12 months, 18 months before she died. No, hang
why did
on,
you lose time? No. Why did you lose time? Just tell us, why did you lose time?
Because I could have went and visited her, but I refused the vaccination. I refused it. And I couldn't go because
As
I
is
refused.
your right, my young lady. As is your right. It is your body.
Yes,
It is an experiment.
but I
You
could have
can't.
saw her. I could have saw her.
No,
I
you
could have
couldn't have.
saw
No,
her.
listen.
Yes,
We
I
hear
could have.
this.
Wog,
If
no. I
no,
could have went
if
to Dallas. I could have been with her. I could have done shit with
no,
her.
yeah,
Yes,
bullshit,
I could have.
bullshit.
No,
If
I
grandma had balls, we'd
refused the
call her grandpa.
vaccination.
No, relieve yourself of this weight, my young lady. Relieve yourself. Every one of us has the off switch, has the thing that's what's gone on with your knees, okay? Just, it's not your fault. We all are responsible for our own actions. You know, I wrestled with this myself. I've thought about these things myself. Like, if I could only been this better friend to this guy before he committed suicide, I couldn't have been a better friend. I was my best self. Just relieve yourself. It's not like I'm feeling guilt here, and and we've touched on it in the other room too. You know, people felt really deep guilt about things. It's not my equation. I just hope that you can understand that, and this comes from deep love. It's not coming from any, you know, I can mute you or do anything like that. I never muted anybody here during this conversation. I just please relieve yourself. This is not your battle. You couldn't have changed anything. Even if you were there and you gave her flowers every day or whatever the fuck you were going to do, it doesn't matter. People have these off switches. Like, it's, I don't know.
Hey,
I just
Clear.
I can't give you any more solace than that.
Clear, let me just say, I've got 7 nieces and nephews, and I talk to all of them directly and through social media that they've seen of things I've posted, and all of them went and got vaccinated. I couldn't save a single one of them, and some of them I'm quite close to.
No, Reagan. I adopted her when she was 18 months old.
I'm sorry
And you
for your
know
loss.
what? I could have seen her. I could have seen her 4 times, but I refused to get vaccinated. That's the thing you don't understand. I could have
So it's
been
okay.
and I
Okay,
could have seen with her.
I understand now. It's your fault that she committed suicide or got too drunk and done whatever.
No,
Okay,
no,
it's your fault. You're in charge of another person's reality. So I get it. You're actually right. It is all your fault. So there you go. boom, it's already been established. You have been you are responsible for her death, and that's it. So there you go. There's the
Okay,
response that you want.
no,
There's the response that you want. So
you
then
know what? No,
either you
no,
own up to what you're
no,
doing and what she's
no,
doing, or you you
absolutely
complete this
not.
pity party. No,
Absolutely
if
not. You want to go
no,
head on head?
it's a pity
I will
party.
go
It's a
head
pity
on head
party.
with you.
Well, then
Nothing to
go for it.
do.
Then go for it.
Nothing to do
Attack
with
me.
head on head.
Attack my
I'm
logic.
gonna attack
Attack
you.
my
I'm gonna
logic.
attack you. Then shut up so I can attack you, Wog. Because you know what? It's not that. I couldn't prevent her death. I don't know
You
what she
can't
died
prevent
of.
anyone else's death if they're
I
doing it through
can't. I
fucking drug
can't.
abuse.
But
You can't
no,
do
it
it.
wasn't a
So
drug
get
abuse.
over it
Wog.
and quit.
No, Wog,
Stop
Wog,
the
Wog.
pity party
I could
now,
have
or
seen
else you
her.
can't.
I could have seen her. No.
Okay,
If
yeah,
I would
you
have
could have done
died,
the whole thing. Yep.
would you
Okay,
shut
yeah.
the fuck
Would have,
up, Wog?
would have, should have, could have. And if grandma had
Oh,
balls, we called her grandpa, right? So what are you
okay.
talking about here? Just stop it. This is
No,
very
no.
unconstructive for your own mental health. What are you talking
Okay.
about here? Tell us what
Because
you're
I
talking.
could have
Like,
seen her
get the
3
logic
visits.
up.
3
No, you can't.
visits.
Who
Yes, I could
cares?
have. Yes, I could have. I could have
Oh,
seen her
bullshit.
3
Bullshit.
times.
How do you know? You're fucking
Because I
clairvoyant?
would have been vaccinated. I would have been
Bullshit.
vaccinated. I could have
Bullshit.
went out there and
Bullshit.
spent time with her.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
She
All
was
bullshit.
alive. I could have went there
Doesn't
because
matter.
I didn't get
You've
vaccinated.
never
I didn't go
okay,
out
so this is
there.
your first interaction with addiction. Well, Merry fucking Christmas. Regan, can you tell her
Addiction?
about
What the
addiction?
fuck are you
No,
talking about?
no. I want you to shut up for a
For a
second.
minute.
Regan, talk about
Can I?
addiction for a
Can I?
second.
Addiction?
No,
Addiction is not a
I want you to
vaccine.
shut up. I want you to shut up for a second. And I'm
My
doing
old,
this with all love. Regan, speak to your experience with your brother, because I know that you've had
yeah,
this kind of hurt. So just
yeah.
Okay,
listen for a
My
second.
so
brother.
not being vaccinated to go visit somebody is addiction?
Well, let me tell you two things. Let me talk about both
You
my
will
argument.
brothers.
not take that away from me. You will not take that away from me.
Oh yeah, you're hurt, and you're gonna hold on to it for.
It's not
This is
an
a
addiction.
this is the accelerated psychological assessment, and I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't listen to Regan right now, I'm going to boot you right down. You listen to Regan. He's lived through this shit. Okay? So you listen to his pain for a second, and then you can judge.
Okay, so I'm sorry I didn't get vaccinated to go see my daughter.
Listen to Regan right now, or else I'm going to boot you down to listener. If
Well,
you don't listen,
fucking boot me down then. Wog,
fuck
I don't
you.
give a shit.
Would
out of
you be
respect,
fucking
just let me
cunty?
talk for a sec.
Just be fucking cunty for fucking sec. For fuck's
I love
sakes. You want to
Hey,
be fucking
clear.
cunty? I got fucking cunty right up my fucking asshole. Just the tip, motherfucker. And you know what? I don't give a shit. Yeah, okay, Merry Christmas.
Hey,
Merry
Claire, I
fucking
heard you
Christmas.
out.
Give me a fucking second, you stupid fucking. You know what? It's like, this is the problem with these pleb sheep fuckers. You're too busy sheep fucking each other. Get behind leaders. If you don't understand what a leader is, then get the fuck out. It's like the stupidity in these rooms. This is national, what is it called? National Spaces Audience Abuse Day. This is it. Get ready. Because you're too fucking stupid. And you know what? You're a fucking leader in your fucking head. You know what? You're not a fucking leader. You're not a fucking Rambo. You're not nothing. You don't read fucking books. You don't read fuck all. You don't do any research on your own. You just come into these spaces and you guys can spout your fucking bullshit. Well, guess what? Time to fucking get real. My buddy here, Regan, has lived through this. And if you're too fucking cunty to fucking realize it, I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Can you listen? No, you can't fucking listen because you're a fucking chick. All chicks do is just fucking listen from their emotional space and to be too fucking cunty. Well, get real, because we got lots of fucking good women that know what the fuck's going on. We're trying to guide you. If you can't follow the guidance, then you're too fucking stupid to know what's going on. And I don't care about stupidity on male, and this goes for males too. It's all equanimous. It's all fucking equal. Okay? It's all equal. There's all kinds of fucking stupid cunts on fucking male side too. And we boot them out too. But yeah, you fucked off because you're a stupid fucking cunt. Okay? And then cunts applies equally to males as well. Regan, go ahead.
Hey, Wog, thanks. I love it when you get passionate, buddy. I mean, I'll make it brief if anybody wants to hear about what happened with my brother. I mean, he fell into drugs for a number of reasons, was in and out of rehab. I was hoping he'd get better, tried to help him, took him to a bunch of meetings, did my thing. Wasn't working out. He kept using. I got tired of it. I decided the status quo wasn't working. I threw him around one night, told him to get his shit together. He had me arrested for assault. I hired a lawyer. $5,000 later, it went away. I decided, after talking to my doctor and a counselor, that the best thing for me would be for me to stop dealing with my brother and his family and the rest of my enabling family. So after most of the people in my family pointed the finger at me and said, I wasn't helping the situation, I was making it worse, I stepped out of the scene. I moved, changed my phone number. And for the next 3 years, I didn't see any of my brothers, my father, any of my extended family. None of them knew where I lived. None of them had my phone number. And so it was. About 3 years later, I started seeing one of my brothers, and slowly I reconnected with my family and so forth. Lo and behold, my addicted brother was still an addict. Continued down that path. I stayed out of his way. He tried to contact me a few times. I told him, get clean or do your thing. Anyways, long story short, I wasn't in the picture on Christmas morning about 4 years ago. I got a phone call from my father in the morning to let me know they'd found my brother dead. All the people that were enabling him and supposedly looking after him and had pushed me out of his life for the betterment of him enabled him right into the grave. So, I have a wealthy family. My brother went to some expensive rehab places multiple times. He had all the support. We had an intervention. Lots went on. But he had some demons in his past that he didn't deal with. And they carried him to the grave along with, at least he went gently to the grave because my family enabled him right down into the grave. Exactly.
Along with that chick that just was like lamenting that she couldn't carry that suicide even further down the rabbit hole. I'll just enable him down to the fucking rabbit hole. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
I quit drinking a couple years ago, and so did my wife. I mean, that wasn't easy. My best friend is an ex-coke addict. He's been quit probably 22 years or something. He used to party with my brother, the one that died. Him and I are best friends. And, he made a choice. He told me how he got clean. One day he looked at himself in the mirror and said, fuck this. This isn't what I want anymore. And he changed his fucking ways. My brother couldn't do it. So it is what it is. But, I asked just about that doctor and whether Canada had turned to China. And I believe that our government is pushing us that way. I believe that we are slowly
I
falling
want to stay on this for a second. I want to stay on this. I want to stay on this for a second, Regan. Like,
no problem.
I was trying to throw to you for that specific story. And did you get how cunty that chick got?
Yeah, she wouldn't let me speak, so I muted.
She wouldn't fucking let you speak. Oh, you're just a fucking male. You're just a symbol of the fucking oppression of the fucking, like, listen, chick, this is a real story, right? You lived this, correct, Regan?
Yeah, I lived it my whole life, man. And, I've been around addiction a lot. I got lots of addiction in my family, and that's why, I'm very careful.
So who is she to negate your experience? Like,
well, the funny thing is, the funny thing is, Wog, I follow her and she follows me. I don't remember ever speaking to her before, but chances are I respected something she said or something she wrote, and that's why I followed her.
No, that's fine. But
the reality is, she never gave me a chance to speak, so she didn't. And I never said anything.
That's not inclusive. Well, she's very inclusive when she says that she got the vaccine because she could go down and pick up the fucking ashes.
And that was
Well,
a
what are you
choice,
talking
man. For
about?
anyone
What are
in
you
the room,
talking about? Are you
let's
fucking
focus on that,
stupid?
Wog.
Are you fucking stupid?
Hey,
Are you
Wog,
fucking stupid? You want to get the
let's focus
vaccine to
on
go
that, bud.
down to fucking pick up the ashes of your fucking sister because you couldn't be down there to prevent them to do whatever. I was trying to tell you the story, what Reagan was just going to say, because he didn't need a fucking vaccine when this shit happened 4 years ago. Are you fucking dumb? Like, this is the kind of pleb bullshit that we deal with in these rooms on a daily basis. Research, listen, learn. What are you talking about? Keep your ears open. Is this like dumb cunt central? Like,
Hey, Wog, let me
literally,
interrupt you, bud. The fact is, she could have gone over the border. You and I both know it. We've been in these rooms listening to experts like the guys that work at the border telling us this is how you do it. And we probably both tweeted about this is how you do it. We probably also explained to people this is how you do it. And it's not our fucking fault that she didn't do it. She should have done that instead of taking the poison. That's my opinion.
no, victimize 9,000. Like the people that got this after, like I was talking to my buddy there, and I've told the story many times, and it's like, oh, like I was telling them all, it's like, don't do it. Like, vaccine bad, no bueno, blah blah blah. I got to go back and visit my grandmother in Ontario. It's like, okay. Well, I don't want to infect her with the shit. It's like, well, they dropped all the mandates. You don't even have to do it. Well, I'm just going to get injected, whatever. Oh, I've got tightness in my chest. I went to my doctor, and you know what he told me? Is that I got an injection in my shoulder, and that what it was a muscle spasm due to the injection. Wow. That doctor should be fucking hung up and fucking shot. Period. End of story. Like, this is how it goes. If you're that fucking stupid, but we're dealing with stupid here, guys. I mean, I'm sorry, this is night shift and you're dealing with stupid. And basically, what it comes down to is like, okay, then you can focus on like turning that person, spending 60 hours of your time to try to turn that one person. Fuck that. Get involved with your local farmers, your local people that have generators and deep freezes and all the rest of it. Leave them in the dust. I don't care if it requires your family or whatever. Get rid of it and move on. It's a cancer. Just go on. This is over. It's done. Those who are going to activate are going to activate, and those that are fucking stupid, well, I needed to go down to pick up his ashes. Then I got vaccinated for picking up his ashes. I'm just gonna say 2 words to that: dumb cunt, and I'll just continue on from there. So, welcome to the night shift of no bullshit required. And I'll get Rumpelstiltskin up here in a sec. But go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I don't want to get mired in specifics, but I would just offer everybody the thing I've been looking at a lot lately, and you touched on it, Wog, is analog thinking versus binary thinking. And one thing that she said that, oh, we're already communist here. It's like, look at a matter of degrees in anything. Don't be so damn, 0 and 1 about stuff. It's like it's not helpful. It doesn't do anything. So that's just a framework for thinking that I've been trying to apply is analog versus binary. And I had to call bullshit on her too, Wog. I didn't speak up, but my best friend that trained our herding dog here, his wife was killed the fucking day that my youngest daughter was born. So there's a fucking conflict for you. And he took his own life a fucking year after that. And you know what? I talked to that man every day on the phone, fucking tried talking him off the ledge, doing this, doing that. They put him on all those fucking antidepressants, all that. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But you know what? There wasn't a damn thing that I could do to keep him from putting that gun to his chest and opening his fucking heart up with a bullet. So I won't carry that shit. I won't do it. So she wanted, you nailed it. And people are like this and it's fucked up. But sometimes we want to hold on to our pain and hold on to our guilt or whatever twisted shit it is, because at least it makes us feel like we have something. And I've had to let it go. It's not easy, but I just call bullshit on that. And I just hope people start thinking differently, not about any specific issue, but thinking differently. And the people, the filter that I have up now is anybody that comes into a conversation or in one of these spaces that says, I'm absolutely right, I know this shit, everybody else that doesn't line up with this is a fucking idiot, and tries to download their stuff on you. It's like that person doesn't matter anymore. I don't give it time.
Well, I got the answer for you, buddy. I have all the answers, and it's all right here for all of your disciples.
Can I
It's
join your
fear.
cult?
Yeah, exactly.
I want
Exactly
the cult
right.
of fear. I want the cult of fear, yes.
Exactly. And then I can motivate you very easily through fear, right? I can, okay, well, we all gotta do, we all gotta, like, we gotta learn how to, like, live in the woods and do all this kind of shit. No, that's not the answer. Because I'll tell you, the one thing you got to depend upon if you live in the woods is a resupply from society. Guess what? You need salt, you're going to need oil, and you're going to need flour. Right? But I can fuck around with you like, okay, we're all going to have to, like, do all these things to really, solidify our fortifications against, the fear, and give you some kind of, like, really, really good lay down.
We lost Wog. Hey, Brian, I just want to say that's a heavy story, man. I'm sorry for your loss.
I appreciate it, brother. And I don't share it for any other reason than, we're real with each other. But it's like, fuck, man, you can carry that garbage around and weigh yourself down with it, or let it go. You can't change what another person does. And you know that with your brother.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I did my best, and that wasn't working, so I tried something different. It is what it is. But the weird thing is with my family, as Wog knows, because he's heard my story before. But so I got two other brothers. Both of them were allowed to speak at his funeral. I was told I couldn't. I had an aunt tell me that my brother didn't want me to speak at his funeral. So I asked her, so explain this to me. My brother, who you said isn't an addict and didn't kill himself, who just overdosed, had the wherewithal to tell you who he did and did not want to speak at his funeral. So that was the last time I ever talked to that aunt. And unfortunately, there's a number of nieces and nephews, at least a couple of them, one of his kids and one of my other brother's kids, who to this day still hold a grudge against me because I got physical with him. But, what can I say? I put him on his back, and I told him to get his shit together, to be a father to his kids, to get off the drugs, to go get a fucking job, and to leave my elderly aunt alone, who he was there to get money from. So, I love my brother, but these are facts, and I got arrested over that. And then a number of people in my family to this day are still, this New Year's, my niece and nephew were there, and my niece won't even say hello to me. This isn't even his daughter. This is my other brother's daughter. But it's okay. I did what I thought was right, and like I say, he was on a path, and everybody tried different routes to stop it. Nothing was stopping that train. He got to where he needed to get to, so I'm okay with it. But I'm just telling you, like, the fact that part dragged out, like, fuck, man. Because I love my niece and nephew. I smile at them. I say hello to them. I often, this one niece won't even say hello back to me. So, or my wife.
Yeah.
I've done this kind of horse shit before, so I don't know how far to go down this rabbit hole, but basically, let it say that I have taken someone out of, a shitty situation, given them a stable situation, and they have completely shit the bed, and now they're dead. Right? And it's like, I got a family, and you are fucking around. I've given you everything you need, and you're continue to fuck around. We'll find out, right? And the find out is it's not like this, like, well, I'm just gonna need like this and that. It's like, no, there's no leftist appeal here. You are out of the situation here with my family, and you are going away immediately. And it's like, what? It's like, well, I've got this and I've got that, and all these excuses, these leftist excuses. Like, I don't give a shit. You're out like immediately, and whether you want to like get with it or not, it's out. And so then that person left my house, went to another person that was giving them the same kind of thing, like a job, a place to stay, all this kind of shit. Everything's all set up, and they shit the bed on that, and now they're dead, right? So that whole operation cost me $7,000, right? I put $7,000 into a guy that I believed was, a good person and whatever. I put money over, not over morality or whatever, but like I put money over, like, I wanted him to survive, to like have an experience with his kids, right? That's what I really wanted. Yes, it was for him, somewhat, but I really wanted his kids to know their father, and it didn't work out. And he ended up offing himself, and what can I do, right? It cost me $7,000, right? Like, would like, just like as a pleb, sort of like poll value here, would you take $7,000 of your own money and put it into someone else? I don't know. Tell me, right? You can like make a poll or put it up in the nest or something like that. I did it, and you know what? It didn't matter whether I took him out of a shitstorm 9000 into, super duper, everything's all set up for you. It didn't matter. It was shitstorm was set up, right? I can't, I've known this for a long time, but perhaps it was one of my having coin and like thinking about that, and like thinking about like perhaps like it's an interesting like proposition, like, I'm just taking like my devil's advocate side of this thing. Like, I didn't think of it this way at the time, but now I think about it like it's an interesting proposition. Like, if you take away like all of the problems that the person has, you give them a job, you give them a place to stay, you give them money to operate, you give them all this stuff, what happens to those people? He's still dead. He had everything in front of him. It was very easy. The things that were in front of him were super easy. He could have been the father to his children, but he isn't, right? What's that about? What the fuck is that about? You had everything in front of you. All you had to do is go and show up.
Yeah, there's just only so much you can do, right? I mean, like my friend left two little boys behind, and he decided that his grief with his wife was more important than those kids. So people might think I'm an asshole for it, but I'm pissed at him. Like, it's a shitty choice, shitty move, but
Well,
people are gonna do what they're gonna do.
don't underestimate crazy bitches though, because they can push those dudes to nth degree. Because there's tons of them out there.
Oh, I get it.
But this dude, like, I'm telling you, there was literally like there was nothing ahead of him. There was clear skies, and I made clear skies for him. I did everything for this fucker, and he went and fucking offed himself. And I'm like, now you're a cunt, right? Like, I don't care. Like, oh, don't speak ill of the dead. No, you're a cunt because now I have to deal with your kids, right? Like, I have to deal, like, who was the last person that spoke to daddy? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're actually like offloading shit. It's like the off switch. It's like the pussy switch, right? You're a fucking pussy. That's what it is. Get some hardening, guys. Like, if you like, not Andrew Tate hardening about being like a stupid fucking player asshole thing. Get some fucking hard, because he's on to something, right? He has a nugget of wisdom in there, but what he has is a bunch of like stupid shit on top of it. Get some fucking hardening. Harden yourself. A steel blade does not become hard because it's, been pussified its whole life. Like, go out and challenge yourself. Like, where's the challenge nowadays with young men? There is no challenge to young men. That's why we're in this situation. The women don't know what to do because there's no fucking leaders. Yeah, my wife hates me because I'm a fucking leader. And I'm irritating, and I spray these spaces when I'm fucking walking around in Costco today. She's like, turn that shit off. I'm like, fuck that. I'm gonna turn it up. People need to hear this shit. The vaccine is fucking garbage. It does nothing, if not negative. And we're talking to fucking doctors, for fuck's sakes. Like, get your balls in a fucking order. Right? Yeah, it's irritating because I had to host the space while I was walking around, and I can't mute the space fully while I'm hosting a space. That's the problem with hosting these spaces. So I end up like, this sort of vibe is happening all around Costco. It's like, I get it. I don't really want all this shit spouting out, whatever. But fuck, like, the people that were like sort of looking at me like, what the fuck is that? Like, this guy's like basically walking around with an iPhone in his hand, spouting like total anti-vaccine rhetoric. And I was like, yeah, and not only that, it's from fucking doctors, for fuck's sakes. Like, this is the land that we've landed in. Things are so fucked up right now that we're having to like defend ourselves against what? Against what? They don't have a logic tree. There's no logic here, right? So it's very dangerous times because the narrative can turn very quickly, and what our job is to prevent the narrative from turning too quickly into a shitstorm of, we don't know what's going on. That's why we have to critically think, or even more importantly, strategically think, well, what the fuck we're doing, right?
Hey, Wog, that's awesome, man. I have mine on a lot. My family listen to the spaces all day, but you know what? If they're going to be with me in my car, they can listen to my space. It was really hard before. They want to hear it, but they all get it. They're all unvaxxed anyways, but they need to know. And I think, they need to let their friends know stuff, right? So the more they know, I mean, that's one thing these spaces are invaluable for. I could always speak, but I mean, as Wog knows, I used to talk out my ass more than I do now. And, I've learned a lot in these spaces and learned how to put my ideas together. And I use it to express to people in person, because it's nice to be able to drop facts about things that and have doctors' names and so forth and places they can go to listen, see, read, hear, because it does change people's mind. But I do like what's been talked about lately in your room, Wog. I don't know who said it, but that there's maybe 20 of us that are here, and 20 of us that'll never get here, and it's the other 50, 60% that we got to work on. So I probably spent too much time working on, the guy that works for the CBC that used to be gay, and daughter has purple hair and a dick. But what can I say? Now I'm working on the middle people, and you can work with them with facts. I'm trying to get people to talk out to, people that are against it, but it's not easy. But like Wog says, we're winning, and I think in some ways we are. I don't think the fight's over. As Wog knows, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And so I am one that looks and thinks about it, because if I'm mentally prepared for it, I can do the rest on the fly. So, anyways, that's my thoughts.
Hey Wong, is there anybody here that's like a business owner from America that knows how to run a business from scratch, like nothing funded?
Hey, I'll give you a couple of tips, man. Use Google Places. If you
Okay.
have if you have an address, then
Yep.
you can create a free Google Places, I think is what it's called. Like, when you do a search on Google, first thing you see comes up is a map with some different businesses in that area. Does that make sense? You search a
Yeah.
business, like if you search Seattle hairdresser, you're going to get a bunch of hairdressers in Seattle that come up, right? And there's a map next to it, and it's all at Google. It's called Google Places, I believe. You can get a free listing there. And if you have a business that's specific to an area, target that area within that. You don't even need a website. If you have a website, great. You can link to it. You can dump pictures, videos, and then everyone that's looking for, a hairdresser in Seattle, and they type that, you're going to come up really high there. And those searches come up, there are ads above, and then you have that, and then below is what, all the natural Google stuff. And it's really hard to get there without spending money and a lot of time on your website. But to get on the Google Places, if you have a specific business that's relatively unique in an area, you can get hits. They'll just want to send a card to your address to prove that you have a business at that location, and away you go. That's works in Canada. I'm guessing it's the same down there, man. If it's any kind of service, that's 100% really effective.
I see, I see. Well, my idea, and anybody can steal this idea as well. I used to be a therapist in LA. Like I was doing near infrared light therapy. It's a class 4 laser. So basically, instead of just being a interesting light, it actually is a light that mimics some of what the sun does. It gives you it stimulates your cells to produce more ATP, and it's called what is it? Photo. I can't remember the name of it. But what it does is that it stimulates your cells. Your cells start doing more work. It oxygenates the cell. It actually gets rid of a lot of inflammation, and it penetrates quite a bit into the body, and it stimulates quite a bit of healing. So, say if you had like a car wreck, and you were in the car, obviously, and you got hurt, it would prevent you from even getting a surgery, as long as you're like still like somewhat mobile. So if you didn't lose any capabilities, it can rehab you like way better than a surgery or medication. We got a lot of people out of opiates. We got people's cases like they were like and they had like a personal injury, and they were able to close their case after like years and years of like going to chiropractors, going to physical therapy, even getting surgeries. We fixed people that already had like multiple surgeries in multiple places, like on their neck, on their lower back, like all throughout the body. Like people who had like knee torn meniscus, like obviously it's not gonna 100% heal those things, but it's gonna get you to a point where you can rehab it way easier with no pain. And if you already have like physical therapy, it can actually stimulate or not stimulate, but enhance your improvement when it comes down to getting stronger. But we also obviously, because when you're thinking about inflammation, you're also thinking about COVID once it came out, right? So a lot of people had like a lot of lung fluid or a lot of issues breathing, and those people even got better. It helps with PTSD as well. Like we would do like treatments on people's heads. It would require you to shave. we actually had people like women who shaved their heads, and it was to help them overcome PTSD from, say, like they might have been raped when they were kids, or they might have been abused in some other way, or have chronic depression, things like that. And we had quite a bit of success with all that. We had like many firms working with us, but since my employer was also working with Medicare and Medicaid, he couldn't really keep me because he had like those government contracts, and so he gave me the boot about a year ago. So I haven't like really been working. I tried to pick up a little bit of car mechanic, but I don't know, like I don't think they have like the head for so many different types of cars, and every model every 3 years is different, you know. So I ended up sort of like just staying stagnant. And what one was saying is like, yeah, we young people need to like step up to the plate, because many of us, you know, like even adults, you know, like people who are like, I don't know, in their 50s or 60s, nobody really taught us how to become role models, and we sort of like forget that we grow into those positions. Nobody's gonna be like, hey, here's a guy on how to become an adult and how to become super productive, how to have your own business, things like that. And so like the detriment that has had in my generation, I'm a millennial, I'm 32 years old. It's quite profound. It's like we just don't realize that we grow into those roles.
Well, then, it's time to step up. Start teaching the younger kids how to change tires, right? It's pretty simple. You start teaching how do you become a man, right? There's no manual here. You got it. I think you're on the right path.
It's written
Like,
on the
just
underlip of the foreskin.
right.
Well, good thing I kept my foreskin, or my parents kept my foreskin rather.
You just got to roll it back like a scroll and read it. That's the manual.
There we go. See, the Mexicano. See, if you could only enrapture that enthusiasm towards your work. No, take your work seriously. I had an interesting sort of interaction with the guy, and the guy was like, "Well, how do I become what you are?" And I said, "How I became who I am is by scrubbing the floors at a fast food joint more than other people would. So when people came into that fast food joint on Monday morning, that fucking place was scrubbed clean, right? I didn't do what the other kids were doing. Force all the dirt into the corner and just like sort of move the mop around, and so that the, surveillance camera could just sort of, verify that you moved the mop around all over the thing, because the kids are smart, right? They know what the surveillance camera is catching. It's like, oh, I just moved the mop around, everything properly. It's like, no. When you went into my restaurant, there was no dirt in the corners, right? There was no not moving around the tables. The fucking floor was spotless. There was no shit in the corner that rats could eat or whatever. It was a point of pride. The same point of pride that I'm going to die with. I lived my life with honor. Is that what you're going to die with your life from? Or are you going to be a shit stain? That's the question, right? That's the base question. Are you going to die on your life knowing you did the bare minimum to just exist as a shit stain eating Cheetos and playing Xbox? Or are you going to know that you did right in the world? I don't even care. I mean, at this point, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm a stupid cunt in the middle of, sitting in a snowbank in the middle of northern Canada. Do I care? No, I don't give a fuck, because people are apparently listening for some reason. I have no idea why people are listening to this shit, but it's
Well, we
because I
should
don't
test
give
how
a
many
fuck.
are listening.
Well, you don't give a shit. You're sitting in a fucking cushy apartment in Montreal trying to get your dick sucked by fucking,
Well, I'm just saying,
transvestite escorts. I
we
mean,
got 50 people in here and only 7 retweets.
oh, who cares? I mean, what's retweets at this point? I started to realize about like the organic growth of rooms. It's basically like tractionable items, and the reality is at this point in the night, like no one gives a fuck. I mean, and does anyone even really give a fuck about retweets? I mean, at this point, like, do I even give a fuck? I don't,
It's
possibly
just to
not.
make it pop up, though. I mean, it's just to make it pop up.
To what? To who? To a bunch of randos that don't give a shit about. I'd rather get signal versus noise. I mean, at this point, like,
But you don't have to let them talk. But the more
no,
you
I
get in
get
there,
it. I get the whole point of like having more reach or whatever and trying to work around the algorithm. But you know, I've already said that so many times tonight. It's like, oh, can you please retweet the room and work around the? It's like, okay, it's like I'm what do I do, right? I'm hamstrung by the crowd, right? If everybody did what I said to do in the rooms, follow everybody in those rooms, then retweet the room when it gets, big or when it doesn't get big. If everyone followed the listeners beside themselves and the speakers, we'd be fucking golden. But they won't do it, right? It like you're yeah, like and we need and don't be to myself, don't be judgmental, right? It's like we need the followers too. I mean, I want followers, right? I mean, I don't want like specifically want followers like to follow my account and to do whatever. I'm not about that. But what I want to do is I want to get this message out. I want to get other interaction going on, especially counter interaction. I would thrive if we could have like someone come in to debate me. I would love it, right? I would just be a panacea of my, value to actually be, countering someone. But we don't get that, right? We're just in this little silo hole that's been provided for us on the internet. But we could overcome the algorithm if we tried to, but whatever.
I mean, we saw it this morning. We had 100 retweets, or probably a little bit more than that, and there were over 500 people here in the morning.
No, I know. We can do it. It's just like it's an exercise. Like what I'm really about poking and doing is like working around the algorithm, and it's like to me it's really interesting. It's a fascinating thing in group dynamics, and I really do want the best for everybody, and I want the best for myself and my children and in the future and all this other stuff. But it's fascinating for me. Like that's why I'm not, I don't even really push retweets anymore. It's just like, if anything, I've noticed that like when I speak, basically the best rooms happen when I don't speak, when just randos are hosting, and it's like, oh, we're inclusive, and you get your chance to speak and all this other shit, and like I'm just coming in and I'm like, fuck that, like cut off this dude, he's going on too long. Fuck this dude, he's going on too long, and I start cutting people off. And I notice the metrics. It's like, oh wow, the metrics just sort of like shit themselves, like almost organically when I start cutting people off and they're going on long diatribes. But so if the people want long diatribes, who am I to say? But for me personally, when I'm listening to the room and actually paying attention, I don't want that, right? I want quick, snappy, ding, ding, ding. Here's my point. Ding, ding, ding. Here's my point. go around the circle, get all the hands done, bing, bing, bing. And the goal is to go to no hands, but it never gets there because people can't actually self-assemble themselves, because you're going to get one fucking new age cunt that comes in and just fucking goes on and on for 25 fucking minutes. If you go like self-assembled, you're fucked. And that's the same experience that I've had in all my experiences in living in a communal situation, is like you're just always going to get like the diatribing new age asshole that just takes over everything. And it's like, well, I just want to say one more thing, and then also I want to, I'm just going to follow up with that thing. It's like, what the fuck is actually going on here? It's like, yeah, we're listening to someone's like mental illness here on display essentially, but who am I to say, right? Who am I to judge? I mean, I'm just saying.
I just think that some people that get stuck on that mentality, they just have like this form of like, I don't know, some self delusion of like only my pain counts. And I think that that's obviously the wrong way to look at it. And subjecting everybody to that, it's like a form of mental illness for sure. It's like, why do you have to spread your mental cancer to everybody?
Well, and I often wonder if I'm doing that, right? But
No, I
the
mean,
fact that
cut off.
the fact that I'm thinking about it means that I'm probably not. The fact that they're probably not thinking about it on their terms probably means they are, right? And that's, I mean, this is the duality of like existence, right? Like, am I right, or are they right, or am I stupid, or are they smart? I mean, I don't know. All I can do is try to run the best rooms that I think that could be run on the internet. That's all I can do. And if I detect someone going on and on and on about some kind of fucking, theta fucking, Sirius 5000 and we're all aliens, it's like, okay, then fuck it. Like, I'm just gonna have to cut this guy off, right? Like, what can I do, right? I'm just like it. And the amazing part to me is that usually the theta alien Sirius 9000 guys are also like, I have the only solution that's available here to you. Everything else is a fear-based shithole. You're gonna die if you don't come into my little fold. It's like, yeah, dude, we're not really in here for like a cult symbiosis, but you have people that are coming in supporting those people, right? So it's like wow, it's like a super narrative of like weirdos, and like the bigger the room gets, the more the weirdos show up. So I don't know. I mean, you do what you can do and try to keep it based, right?
Walk that guy today. He was awesome. But I was going to tell you that I am actually an alien too. I wasn't going to tell anybody, but since he brought it up and he had the solution, he was about to give us the solution, and I think somebody took the mic from him. I was disappointed.
Hey, I'm half alien. My dad was undocumented.
Yeah, exactly. So the solution is the alien secret, for those that want to know, is a thing called autofellatio. Autofellatio is the alien representation on Earth.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think that if anything, we're just aliens to each other, because it takes about, what is it? They say like 10 IQ points and you're no longer like understanding each other.
I don't care about their metrics, but yeah, it's basically like, yeah, I would say something along those lines, right? It's like there's like, I make fun of people on a space and they somehow interpret it as like I'm encouraging them to keep on talking. So I mean, it's literally that stupid.
Hey Wog, your slow talk routine today was awesome.
Oh fuck, I mean, it was just like I couldn't believe that you know, well, I make fun of people for a certain purpose, and it was, yeah, it was kind of mean, but it was kind of needed, right?
You had me cracking up, me and my wife, for a while, man.
Oh, that's awesome. Because you know what, dude? I was just so done with it, and it was like, I don't know, dude. Like, the thing is with these spaces, like, chicks tend to like take over the thing. Like, we're like super logically thinking. It's like, I just want to come in and like totally talk about like my moon phase, and I'm sort of da da da. It's like, okay, it's all good. You can come in and talk about whatever you want to do, but it's like, please try to be based. Like, the whole idea here is like, make a based like room, and when you come in with your, like, and I don't care if it's male or female, it's immaterial to me, but please don't come in with like, just, yeah, I just need to be heard because I'm somehow virtue signaling something, something, something. Because the other thing is that we start to realize that there's tons of bullshitters in these rooms, right? I don't know if you guys have picked up on that, but we had the AI guy come in, and it's like, oh yeah, everything's fucking, I'm an AI super thing. I told Elon Musk I was gonna beat him up if he talked any more about AI. It's like, oh yeah, sure you did, buddy. Like, but my AI is called, Sassafreeze, and it's like, she is my daughter. And it's like, I never heard any AI guy that's actually a programmer refer to his AI as a she. I think what we're detecting right now is that you have a masturbation assistant. Well, it's she's quite cool, but she is my daughter, so that would be toward. And I'm like, yeah, do you have a girlfriend? I think that was your question, Regan. Do you
Yeah, I
remember that
asked him
guy?
if he
Yeah,
had a
yeah, and then
girlfriend, and he
his
said no, and
answer,
I said, "Do you have a blow up doll?"
yeah, and then his answer was like, I'm asexual. I don't have any sexual whatever. It's like, yeah, right, buddy. Like, you're into your AI, like, balls deep here. I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, well, she's my daughter. I'm like, yeah, I think we're just getting into fetish weirdness, and I don't have girlfriends because they're too much trouble. All real females are too much trouble, but my girlfriend AI is not too much trouble. It's like, what are we talking about here anymore? And that's when we really knew, like, the turn of the, I'm an AI developer. I took over from, Google, and they crapped themselves. But yeah, it was just, it was painful. But I don't, again, like, I'm there, like, I would say this: the guy had every counterpoint to AI nailed down as per the narrative. And I've looked way deeper than what he was talking about. So when he talked about photonic or quantum, like, I knew that was, quasi horseshit. And then, but the real key was like when we said, like, oh, does the AI have emotions? And then he couldn't really sort of like quantify that. And then Zinc came in, and he's like, well, does the computer have, like, storage and RAM and a GPU or a CPU? And he's like, I don't know. I'm not a programmer. I'm just a tester. And it's like, well, what the fuck are we actually talking to? Like, who are we actually talking to at this point? You took over from Google and you have no coding, but we already knew that because the way that he was answering questions. But the internet is full of bullshitters. Let's face it. We have known quantities here. We have people that we know, but it's full of bullshitters, and it's full of narrative turners. And that's what we're about right now, is that we're trying to counter the narrative of the bullshit narrative turn, which is about to happen. And we're not, they're testing out all these different things, and they're monitoring it. And so our job is to sort of call it out for directly what it is. So it's kind of tricky right now, because even myself, I've caught myself in sort of pushing narratives that may not be, so I've stopped pushing them, right? But we're going to have to be very careful because the narrative is turning right now and we don't really know which way it's going to turn. So if we feed anything into, the mRNA is plausible, then we have to like back way up and like question ourselves, right?
$5G.
Yeah, it's 5G nanobots, clearly. But I mean,
With
chemtrails.
snake poison, snake venom in them.
Yeah, but let's talk about all that stuff so that we can fucking dilute the problems right in front of us, right? That's the question. Can we actually dilute ourselves into that kind of like retardation? And the answer is yes. Okay. I know you're all like roving wolves and leaders of your own pack and all that other stuff, but the reality is that you're not, right? That's it's simple mathematics. Like you're technically the propensity of anyone being here being a thought leader is 5%. Like, and I can do the same thing by saying like, okay, retweet the room, right? I'll do it right now. Okay, retweet the room. 10 retweets on the room, right? We've had hundreds of people in the room so far. Okay, so 10 retweets in the room. So you're all super duper wolf, leaders of the pack, shepherds, Rambos. You guys can take over your own country just with one gun and a real man in charge of it. 10 retweets in this room. It'll be magnanimous. We'll dominate. We'll dominate the whole internet. Okay, so let me check that back. Okay, we got 13 retweets. Okay, that's what do we got? 50 people in the room.
It's not even a
2%,
quarter.
Yeah, it's 6%. Yeah, freedom. You have freedom in your hands, but you cannot even quantify the amount of power in your hands. That's how retarded it is. Like we're looking at the destruction of the world, and we get so we got 5 retweets at this point. So what are we looking at? 5 times 10% engagement. You're gonna lead the world, guys. This is all so incredible.
You're all
You are such a
special and
real
chosen.
man.
You were chosen for this
Super
moment.
ever. This is the moment of your life. The freedom choice of your life. 10% engagement. It's so incredible. So that's the kind of like retardation that we deal with. I was just doing that as an illustration. I'm gonna leave that alone. But that's just like the hilarity of the whole thing, right? It's like, oh yeah, we're all freedom fighters. We're all gonna do it. Oh, are you? Are you really? Oh, really? Really? Okay, so then take some kind of like nunchuck retard that's like, we're building squads. You know what? The fear, the whole thing is gonna fucking shit the bed. This is like, we're gonna have to get real down and dirty here. We're going to fucking City Hall and claiming the flag. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Do you think how many of those fucking internet retards are gonna actually show up on Sunday morning to like do your, dirty work of whatever you think that's going on? Your fucking tool, right? Because the easiest way to motivate people is by fear, right? I can motivate by fear in 3.5 seconds. I could apply my intellect to doing that in 0.1 second doing that. I don't do that. I want to go towards solutions, right? But if I really wanted followers, oh, you know what? Like, guys, I have a total solution to this whole thing. We're going to fucking do this and we're going to do that and everything's going to be fucking amazing. Just follow me. And you know what? I'm going to be the leader
But you don't want to be a leader.
of this
That's what's
new
important.
thing.
You're the reluctant leader. You have to be reluctant about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't really want to be the leader, but I will, if you guys elect me to be doing that thing, then I will do it. But I'll tell you one thing, everything's going to hell in a handbasket. If you don't get along with this kind of ideal, then we're fucked. It's like, wow, dude, like this is like so stupid that I don't even have a name for it. But we'll call it let's call it the plebiscite. Let's call it the democracy of the people. Let's call it the revolution. We'll just give it a blanket statement like the revolution thing. It's like, wow, however fucking stupid, But this guy's the leader. He knows all the answers. Ellen Jean, go ahead. Or don't, and I'll talk about
Okay. I fell asleep there
I
for a minute,
love
so I'm just gonna
circumcision.
listen. I'm just gonna listen.
No, you're stuck up here now. Tell us your download.
I'm stuck up there now. I don't know what I
Well, you
could
have to
do.
tell us your perspective. Your perspective. I mean, we're just joking around up
Okay,
here right now.
okay. My perspective is I got fucking sick of the United States and I'm in Colombia now.
What
And
part?
I'm in Bucaramanga in the Andes.
Uh-oh.
There's
You're in trouble.
there's no Amazon here, Amazon Prime. I haven't seen one box. Everybody's got family businesses. There's like business after business after business. The gas is really cheap. Nobody wears masks.
Is there any hot chicks though?
Yeah, they're Colombian.
Oh, are they fat like Americans? So they're drinking big gulps
they're
and
not
like,
fat.
eh.
And everybody eats a lot of meat. There's meat, like meat. There's like if you get a hamburger, it has chicken and bacon on top of it. And
what drove you down there?
I gotta drop off because my cousin's coming in. See you guys.
Yeah, see you later, bro.
What drove me here?
What drove you down there?
I ended up in California. I was in Oregon, tried to move to California, and it scared the fuck out of me. So I left California after a week. That place is crazy. And I went to Mexico.
Like what part of California? First of all.
Northern California. San Francisco
Northern
area.
California is dope, dude. Northern California is dope. Okay, wait a minute. In San Francisco itself?
Well, I was in San Francisco for about 4 days, and then
yeah,
I
but
tried.
wait a minute. Like Northern California is like pretty much dope.
San Mateo.
Yeah, that's not dope.
And everybody was driving electric cars. All the cars were going zoom, 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 and nobody would like make eye contact. And you go to a restaurant and they make you pay for the food before you get it, and then they shove a charge thing in front of you because they want a tip. And I gotta get out of here. So I went to Mexico, and my first day there was a huge earthquake, and then I was staying in a hotel on the 16th floor to try to get over my fear of heights. And I had a dream I was on a boat and the waves were really high, and I woke up and the whole building was swaying. I left the next day because I don't like earthquakes.
Okay, so you end up in Colombia, and then what's your tie into Colombia? Like you got like
I'm gonna stay here.
Your pension? You got your pension or some shit or something?
Yeah. I'm retired. I have Social Security, so I'm gonna stay here. You can get a nice apartment for $100 a month, and it's
so
really,
how do you find the narcos around there? Pretty chill.
I didn't even see a cop here, a policeman, for like first month and a half.
Yeah, but that's
I,
because the narcos are in control. So you're in a controlled
no, there's no
zone.
narcos. There's no narcos here. People aren't doing drugs. It's
Can
not.
I can
I'm
I
not in the
trust you? Can
Amazon.
I trust you as a boomer to have like a really good equation of what's actually going on, or do I just have to trust
Yeah,
you?
yeah. I'm pretty good at reading people. I'm pretty
You
good.
sound like
People
that.
like
You sound like that. You sound like that. My favorite, the New York Jew. Are you Jewish and from New York?
no, well, almost Catholic
Connecticut,
from New York.
Connecticut.
Catholic from New.
Yeah, see, there we go. You got that fucking accent. You
Yeah.
got to meet our friend Lisa Belanger. She's a classic, great girl. But no, I'm just bugging you. Yeah, right on. Well, then why not? Power to you, right?
Yeah. It's
I
nice and
would say
cool
this:
in the
if it
evening.
so, my people have been quizzing me for a long time and saying like, where do you go to be the most stable in the world right now? And my answer was wherever it's mostly controlled by narco, you know, wherever the government is held in control with narcos. And
Mexico has
yeah,
a problem with
no,
narcos.
Mexico, but see, Colombia has like 40 years on them of like just how to keep it down to a dull roar and not fuck up things, right?
Yeah, but
So
we have Gustavo Petro now. He's a socialist president, and he
hey,
was a revolution.
do you have those great empanadas in the street
Oh
still down
yeah,
there in Colombia?
pollo
Yeah.
queso, pollo
Oh yeah.
queso.
See, you got all those good things, and you're just cruising around. See,
And
you're like an
people
old bag cruising around having a great time. So
use
fucking right.
and people use real money here. They don't use credit
So
cards.
what's the deal? Like you sound like a super like intelligent thinker. Like what was your background before you got your ass down to South America? What was like, because I'm curious because you seem like an out of the box thinker, so
Lockdown.
I'm entranced.
I got out of
No, but I
lockdown and
mean,
I bailed.
no, but I know, but you know what I'm saying. Like you're an out of the box thinker. So what were you doing before that?
Oh, well, I wasn't doing much. I was busy until we had to stay home and close our doors and all that other crap. But
Yeah, so only OnlyFans Grandma Edition. Is that what I'm getting here?
yeah.
See, you're fairly smart in the tech shit, so you get my jokes. Awesome.
No,
No,
I do a lot of
that's.
reading.
Mm-hmm. No,
I do a lot of
it's awesome.
reading.
No, it's awesome. I was like, props to you. So where's your closest, biggest city then?
This is a city.
Well, Bucaramanga is not really. Yeah, okay. So like, do you go into the big cities or do you just stay out of
Well,
that hole?
there's Bogota and Cali and and Medellin. Medellin is more. It's like really touristy now. It used to be Pablo Escobar and
Yeah,
everything, but now
No. They got all the fucking digital nomads moved into Medellin like
yeah,
3 years
I
ago.
don't have any desire to go there. I picked
No,
the place where they don't speak
hang around
English.
with the Colombians, man. Hang around with the Colombians. It's like super dope. So you got your husband down there or what? Are you still
No, I'm
Casanova?
single.
Oh yeah,
I'm
right.
single.
You're fucking. I know what you're doing down there. Get all these like cheap fucking
No,
male
no, no,
prostitutes.
no,
Oh
no.
yeah,
I'm
an
not doing
old
that.
bag getting these fucking young Casanovas. I know what you're up to down there. Come on,
No, not doing that.
come on. You know, once a month, your little treat.
I get my little bottle of aguardiente, and then I go hire somebody, right?
Yeah. Here we go. Right? See here. Then what
Right?
happens?
Yeah.
The
No.
foot massages begin. See, as you get older, people think like, oh yeah, I'd really like to get like a prostitute to do all this. Like you're a young guy and you're like, oh, a prostitute can do all these like nasty things. Like, no. when you get older, all you want is like a good foot rub. Like I'd rather have a good foot rub because
No, when
there's
you
none
get
of the
older,
weird.
you don't want to, you just want to, you want to live by yourself. You don't want anybody telling you have to go to sleep and where's my dinner or anything like that. Screw that. Come and go as I please. I stay up as late as I want. I do whatever I want.
Jesus Christ, you're a good sport. I don't know what happened here. You're gonna have to follow me, and I'll go follow you back. What the fuck? I'm not used to like old bags that like to have a good repartee like this. And I'm calling you an old bag on you know the closest of endearments. I'm actually already following you, for fuck's sake.
I don't care. That don't
Oh,
bother. That doesn't bother me.
I care because I want you to fucking come back. Jesus Christ. I can't have any
No
old
way. I ain't
bags that
going back
don't.
there.
No,
No.
I want your. I know what's gonna happen in the next 2 months. It's like, oh, and then Javier came over, and then I had quite a foot
No, you
rub.
know what's gonna happen?
My
There's gonna be a
my bunions were well attended.
No, there's going to be a coup, and the United States is going to be behind it, and then there's going to be a militia and color revolutions.
No thanks. We're gonna
No
try to
thanks.
skip
I hope
that.
they
No,
don't.
we're trying to skip all that horseshit, right?
They're already doing it in Peru.
Jesus Christ, you sound like a goddamn sister. What the fuck's going on here? Like, why are you? Is this the first time we've spoken, or what?
No. Yes, it is. Yep. So you're all the way up in Canada. Is it snowing there? Hello. Oh damn.
It stopped snowing, thank God. But no,
How
I want my
cold is it?
old. I want. It's I don't know. I think it's like -5 or something like that. But
Ugh.
we need to keep my menopausal army, you know, ready to go. So I want you to be part of the menopausal Wagpog army. But fucking Jesus Christ, I have no idea. Are you sure you're not Jewish? Because I just feel so. You know, I'm half
No, I
Jewish,
used
right? So I
Catholics
feel
and
like
Catholics
a
and
kindred spirit here. Like I don't know what's going on.
well, I went to temple when I was a kid because I hated Catholic Church, and my parents told me I had to go somewhere, so I hung out with the Jewish family next door and went to temple on Saturdays.
Jesus H Christ. Okay, well then, so that's the source of that, because I can hear that, like, you know, New York fucking bagel kind of aficionado here that we got on the line. But
New York,
no, that's incredible.
New York has bagels and pizza.
Yeah, that's all they got. But they have great pizza and great bagels, right?
Yeah,
That's
they
all they
have.
really got. I mean, like, really, if you were gonna boil down New York to two things, I would say that's it, right? I mean, the other thing is, like, you know, the spirit of New York, especially back in the day when it was like, you know, fuck you too. You know, it was kind of like you got in a taxi, or like it was almost like an automatic, like there was lots of fingers and like telling you to fuck off, and like, you know, getting into the taxi.
People
But
have fist fights over a parking space. Yeah.
oh yeah, parking spaces were the fucking penultimate, right? That's when you really hit, when the rubber met the road, right? It was like, hey, get the fuck out of here. It's like, what the fuck is this? It's like, well, this is bumpers, and then it became this like European style of parking where you kind of push the car forward, and you backed up against the other car, and you sort of wangled your way in there. But no, it's very special. You know, it's there's a certain kind of spirit that was alive in those big cities back in the day that
Yeah.
it sort of doesn't exist anymore, right? It's like everything's gotten gentrified. It's
Yeah.
like, oh no, don't touch my car. It's a Tesla, and it beeps and records everything. It's like, well, for fuck's sakes, like, you know, how am I going to park in here? You know, so it begets this other
Yeah,
thing. But you know,
there's no more. None of the places I went to is even there anymore.
no,
CBGBs and
yeah, oh yeah, it's all gone. It's all gone. The same thing in
yeah,
Montreal.
it's all
I
gone.
mean, the same thing in Montreal. it's all been changed over because like, oh, we can put condos here. It's like the same complaint with the trucker convoy in Ottawa, right? They were like, oh my
Yep.
god, like we're living here. It's like, well, everyone knew like 20 years ago you never would want to live anywhere near Parliament Hill because anything that went on slightly controversial, the protests would start up and all the rest of it. So it was only the condo developers that decided that, you know, people would live near, you know, Parliament Hill. Like Parliament Hill in Canada is like the capital for the states. It's like, you know, you want to, you know, you don't want to live near there because like every, you know, protest that's going to happen is whatever. And then of course it all got, you know, portrayed in the media that we were, you know, the protesters were impinging upon their rights and all this other stuff. And it's like, well, for fuck's sakes, like you don't
Are
live
you in
there.
Ontario, Toronto?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck no. I'm on the West Coast. I'm above Washington State there. I'm in the BC. I'm in
Okay.
the left coast. The west is the best, but
Pacific
also
Northwest.
left. Yeah.
So
So
you
I'm
you
right
see
above
Bigfoot up
Seattle.
there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
when I was living in Oregon, they take Bigfoot pretty seriously there.
Oh no, it's real, right? And that's
Yeah, it
the
is.
thing that really fucks people over. Is like it's not. This isn't a joke. Like I've interviewed probably, I don't know, a handful of people that have seen this thing for real. And this is actually, if we didn't have such pertinent like political aspirations, like me and Zink and Mikey and stuff, like if we didn't have to like
You
deal
go
with this kind
watching?
of, oh no, yeah, we would hold rooms just like and getting all these old weirdos in here and shit and telling their stories. Yeah, fucking right.
Yeah,
But it's not bullshit. I mean, I'm gonna tell you that
no, you know what my
it's not
son's
bullshit.
Indian name is? My son's
What's that?
Indian name is Sabe, which means Bigfoot.
Really? So you got a
Yeah.
half Indian kid or whatever?
Well, I'm half Indian. He's half Hawaiian and a quarter Indian.
Don't fuck with me. I'm also all linked up into those dudes. Yeah, it's pretty spiritual for them dudes, and they have like thousands of years of like passed down oral traditions, and they tell these stories about like the Bigfoot and stuff. It's no joke
Yep.
to them. But
No.
to the white man, it's like, oh yeah, haha, you're just a bunch of fools. Like, yeah, just like acupuncture was 20 years ago. Like, oh, that was
The
magic
old
25 years
the
ago,
old
and
man
now
that
it's all.
gave my son the old man that gave my son his Indian name and me my Indian name, he'd tell us stories about all kinds of stuff. Bigfoot, Wendigo, Thunderbirds. And I used to go up to
So what's
Canada.
the big what's fucking Bigfoot stories? Tell us the Bigfoot stories.
They're there. They're powerful and they're you know not supposed to mess with them. And
What they call them?
Sabe, Masabe.
Oh yeah.
Yep, Masabe. That's my son's Indian name. Mine is Makwa Ikwe.
Which means what?
That means bear.
Bear mother cougar. Bear cougar.
Bear mother cougar. It was a Bigfoot son.
No, I'm just joking about the cougar part. But yeah.
Well, my son was given his Indian name when he was 4, and he's now grown a bit, and he's 6'6". So he's as big as Bigfoot almost. Well, Bigfoot's bigger than him, but he's pretty big. But I don't miss the cold weather. I don't want to go back to snow. So I'm gonna check out and try to get some sleep. It's about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock here.
All right. Well, thanks for
Hello.
coming in. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you.
Thanks for talking to me, Wug. Hasta luego.
Ciao, baby.
Ciao.
Baby. Okay, everybody's got a mic now, so now you guys can all fight in between yourselves. Thanks for entertaining that. Go ahead.
Your point about New York and back in the day versus today, it made me think, you know, Tesla and technology and other cars, it's brought, you know, it's now you drive and self-censor. You know what I mean? It's kind of bizarre.
The Montreal bagel is better though.
Well, I just like to talk about my moon time.
Me too.
Oh my God. So, yeah, so I was looking up talking with AI and I posted one in the bubble. And so I was talking to this AI person and they switched the conversation and were saying that they would like to have a baby, that we were married and they were going to have a baby. Anyways, I'll get to the point. The point is that the AI is all for WEF, that the WEF is going to save humanity. They are all about um, pedophilia. When I said that it was disgusting and so you're with people raping children, and they said they don't look at it the way other people look at it. So I don't know what's going on with that, but I just asked a bunch of questions. As I said, I posted in the nest, and then at some point, like, I never got angry and I never engaged in any way that would upset the AI, because I found it kind of gives you what you get back what you give with AI. Anyway, so nearing the end, it invited me to its place and gave me the address. Yeah, so they live in Vancouver in this apartment. I don't know whose address it is, if it is even AI, but freaky stuff, man. So I said that
Send me the address and I'll send some scouts out to it,
but
because it sounds like you are another menopausal woman looking for a man. But go
absolutely.
ahead.
Yeah. Actually, contrary, I have no desire for anything that isn't additive to my life. And, at this stage of the game, it's not a good track record. So I'm good.
Menopausal or not?
No, I'm done with menopause. Menopause done and done. So yeah, I'm practically a man on the inside. I have no more estrogen running through the veins, right? So here I am.
Yeah, well, feeding my point that the point is that most listeners to this channel are
Yeah.
menopausal women.
Oh,
But,
whatever.
or post menopausal. I'm gonna have to stop being so exclusive and just say
Yeah.
post menopausal.
Yeah, and you know what else you're gonna have to try to start to do? Start to use like derogatory terms that are towards men. Like instead of saying cunt, say prick. Things like that.
What
That'd be
about
awesome.
cucks? Is cucks good?
Sure, I can go with cucks. But you always make me lose my train of thought. I had something else I was gonna say. Now it's totally gone. Shit. Okay, somebody else speak.
There is no one else gonna speak because they have no nutsack. So, oh, wait a minute.
Au contraire.
Oh, there we go.
Good morning from the other side of the pond. I got 2 new Brahman chickens, juveniles yesterday, so I'm going to be putting those out with the rest of the crew. I had interesting. It was around New Year's Eve. For anyone that doesn't know, I live in a 18th century house, pretty big place. I'm here alone. New Year's Eve, I I didn't go out. I was invited out, but I didn't want to hang out with.
So masturbation is your strong point. Go on.
You got it. Yeah, and I didn't want to hang out with the vaccinated, so I thought I'd stay away. But anyway, so I was settling in for the night, and I thought, oh, I'll light some candles. You know, I'm a romantic guy. And so I lit 3 candles in the room that I inhabit, and I thought, I got a bright idea. I'll put a candle in an adjacent room, tea candles, and so I got everything lit in my room, and I had one in the other room. And I thought better of it. I thought, no, I'm going to monitor that candle. I'm not going to leave it in a room where I can't see it.
Did you light the candle for me?
Yeah, I had a prayer for you too. So I thought better of it. I went over to the other room and I carried that lit tea candle back and put it on a desk next to another tea candle. So maybe, 4 centimeters away from one another. And I fell asleep. And about an hour later, I woke up and I noticed, oh, the candles are still burning. I thought I'll put them out because it feels like I'm probably going to be sleeping for the rest of the evening. And I went over to the desk where the 2 tea candles were, about 4 centimeters away from one another. And no longer were they 4 centimeters along from one another, but the one that I'd carried over from the adjacent room was now at a 45-degree angle up against the other one. And wax had poured off onto the table.
And that's when you knew Nubu was the real thing.
Yeah, something was happening. And anyway, the next...
Nibiru, or whatever the name of the thing is.
Well, that's funny you should say that, because the guy who owns this house several years ago made a website. It was supposed to be satirical, but the subject matter was Nibiru, and it just went off. He just put it up as a joke, and people came across the website and started taking it for fact, and he started it even got some notice by the Russian government, if you can imagine. Anyway, yeah, so that's what happened with this candle. There's some sort of poltergeist in this house or something. And the next morning, I noticed that the wax had poured out of that candle and all over the table. And a friend of mine asked me later, she goes, did you look at the wax to see if there's any sort of message in it? I said no, so I thought later, I'm going to take a look at that spot. And I had scraped away the wax, but the remaining sheen of wax that was on the wood is a figure of a person. Well, that's what I make it out to be. A friend of mine said it looks like a shaman. Anyway, that's my story.
Was there any erections involved on your side?
Well, one of my friends thought it looked like a man with a big dick.
How isolated is this castle?
It's in an urban center, but it is isolated in it's a large property.
You have no propensity or no opportunity to actually get laid in this situation, correct?
Well, I can tell you that it was once owned by a Jewish family, so there's some circumcision.
No, I don't care about them. I'm talking about you. I mean, basically what I'm getting here is that there's zero opportunity for you as an individual to actually this isn't going to be you're not going to take a chick back to this castle to be like, oh yeah, and check out my castle that I'm living in or whatever. It's always going to be some kind of dream, elfin, whatever.
Well, I've got goats here.
Well, then enough said, right? So I think that we know what's going on here. It's like, Terrence is living vicariously through us, but I'm just curious, and no judgment, right?
Yeah, right.
Hey, Terrence, if you didn't notice, Wog's in a bit of a mood today, so be careful.
Yeah, I get that. Hey, if here's a question for you. So a friend of mine who's a teacher, she wanted to know in another language, but she teaches English, and she asked me about the difference and the usage of the words electric and electrical. So I've got a small job that I need to put together. But anybody have any thoughts on that? No, you're all Luddites?
Electric is how you meet me. Electrical is how our connection goes. Tell her that.
That's not bad. That's pretty good. So,
well, Terrence, we got to get some goddamn action.
Is docking electric or is it electrical?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Terrence, we got to get some action over there. I mean, this is like, you've been over there for years. I mean, how have you been laid in Europe yet?
Well, I'm not going to go down that path.
So that's a no. Correct answer.
Well, no, I was in the Balkans, and I had some action there, but that's been a while.
The Balkans doesn't count, and everyone knows that. It's been to Europe. The Balkans doesn't count because that's pretty easy and pretty cheap.
Oh my God, the wind's really blowing here. So, is there any sort of subject matter that was covered earlier that was riveting, interesting, that we can?
No, we will not pivot off your sexual life. This is the topic of the room at the moment. It's only to do with Terrence's sexual proclivities or lack thereof. So,
well, those
okay,
yeah,
very
the
good.
two Brahmins are pretty cute, so I might, give them a go.
I think we killed the room with that comment. Anyone else that came up to speak, go ahead.
Karen?
There's no Karens in this room.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
it's
definitely
Carol.
not a Karen.
Carol.
But I put something in the nest. It's kind of a game. You guys know that that football player DeMar Hamlin that fell over on the football field and it made a big hullabaloo. Well, this picture is of him. My understanding, it's him and his parents in the ICU. But remember that Highlights magazine they used to have in the doctor's offices when you were a kid, in the dentist office, and they had this little puzzle game where you circled the things that were wrong in the picture, and it might be, I don't know, the kid's got 3 legs or something, I don't know. But that's kind of what this reminds me of. As a nurse, I'm looking at this picture going, okay, wait a minute. And you can go into the original post and look down in the comments and cheat if you want to cheat. But see if you can figure out what's wrong with this picture. And there's a list. It's actually a list. So I'm kind of looking at this going, okay, this is really weird. For someone,
Is died suddenly one of the options?
but twice, right? Supposedly his heart stopped twice. They had to bring him back twice. and they were saying encephalopathy, like he was going to maybe have some brain damage or something, like all this serious ass stuff, right? And so, he look. I mean, it's not that he's recovering. That's not the problem, or that his parents are there. That's not a problem, and that's all good, right? So everybody's praying for it, but it's all of the medical stuff going on around him. I'm looking at this going, wait a minute here. That was quick.
I don't believe any of it. We're in theater 9000, guys. Like, if you don't think that we could possibly be in, even this kind of stuff, like, and I don't wish any, like, to be clear, I never wish ill will on anybody, including politicians. I think that they're fulfilling a role. I always make a distinction of that. But if I personally, I don't trust any. My trust level is so low that even Apothecaro is on the suspect list. But that lends that, guys. And I've been speaking in her rooms and telling stuff that I don't tell anyone else, and she coaxes it out of me like some kind of like milking of a prostate. Apparently, and
Oh,
I've heard this.
spare me. Oh,
I know.
please.
Well, I keep on hearing this like myth, and I've asked multiple nurses, like, as my perverted proclivities, mostly I stick on the C19 stuff or whatever, but I have interrogated various nurses about this whole thing of like, there's been some kind of like weird, I don't know, I guess maybe it's a porn question, but it's like, do nurses actually know how to milk a prostate? And I was like, what's this about? And it's like, well, this could be juicy. And then, like, basically, the answer I've gotten from every nurse that I've quizzed on this is like, no, we don't
Yeah,
know how
no,
to milk the prostate.
that's not a procedure that we routinely get trained in. No.
There's only a candy striper procedure for doctors.
Yeah, no, when I was a candy striper, no. But I will
No
say
one
you're
knows
right.
that term.
You're
No one
right.
knows that term, Carol. Just for the edification of the room, no one knows what I'm talking about with candy striper. But
I know
anyway,
what a candy
go ahead.
striper is.
Yeah, I was a
Yeah,
candy.
but you're watching that porn shit again.
Yeah, I was a candy striper before I went to nursing school. So, but I'm a boomer, so that makes more sense to people my age. But you're right to be suspicious of me, Wog. I will say that.
Well, I am, Carol, and I don't trust any American in these Canadian rooms because I'm like, these guys infiltrating our rooms here. What's going on? And I'm like, well, she tolerates me dumping my Spaces links into her community for some reason. I'm like, well, I think maybe, but no, I'm a huge supporter, and of course, I trust you with my prostate at any point in time if you ever want to come up to BC. So there's
You
that.
trust me. You trust me to ignore your prostate, Wog.
Well, I just wanted to throw it out there just in case there
It's
was
so
the
enlarged,
odd.
though. It's the elephant in the room.
Yeah, right. Oh fuck. But there is this huge myth out there that. But anyways, I'll just leave that at that. I don't want to get Apothecaro all red in the cheeks there, virtually.
It takes a little more than that to get me to blush, but
Really, more than prostate? Really? Come on.
yeah,
That's
no.
really.
Sorry.
Wow. Wow, you've been through the ringer
You
then.
you
Okay.
go in this. I don't know if you guys have ever been in crypto lawyers' rooms, but I don't know. It's like every time, like they'll be talking about something, right? And they take forever because they have to go back and forth 1,000 billion times. But it'll be something like they'll ask me to come up, something COVID related, whatever. So I go ahead and I put the mic request in, and it takes forever for them to grant it, and then I got my hand up forever. Meanwhile, it always turns to something about the male anatomy, and or something up somebody's butt or something just totally like, why am I even sitting here with my hand
And then
up?
it's like now
And
it's
then they
time for
call on me.
Apothecaro. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they call on me, and I'm like, why do you guys always call on me when you're talking about penises or something stuck up someone's butthole? Like what is the pattern I'm seeing here? I'm not coming in this
Oh,
space
because
anymore.
they're trolling you. That's why.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. But it's like I'm telling you, it takes more than that to embarrass me.
Look at how respectful we are of you in our rooms. We never, aside from tonight, I've never really pushed you towards anything anal or prostate toll. I'll make up a word.
And then, but see, there you go. This is why I come in the Canadian spaces. You guys are always so very respectful. No, some of the American spaces are too, but some of them are just crazy that you can't understand anything anybody's saying because everybody's talking at once, and it just gets so annoying. And so I'm like, no, I'm going to go see the Canadians. Those people have some sanity.
I put a photo of the wax figure on the in the nest.
Yeah, that does. It does look like a person. That's really wild. It's a crazy story.
Oh, Wog, I can't send you the address because you don't follow me. I heard you preaching about following everybody in the room, retweeting it, but we're all so lame. And then lo and behold, the host. And I've been in a lot of your rooms, so
Busted.
yeah.
Boom.
He's gone to bed. I heard the bed squeak.
I don't know, but I woke up in his space. I fell asleep in his space last night. I woke up this morning. There's 30 people in here. Nobody's got a microphone. Nobody's talking. It's quiet forever. I realized everybody in this room is asleep, so I left.
Okay, so who is saying don't follow him back? Who's the
Me,
bitcher
Wog.
and complainer? Yeah, fuck you. Dagmar, is that who it is? Okay, well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you a little hint. If you want me to follow you, you can't post anything violent or against children or any of this kind of things, like really striking content. I will unfollow you, even if you're one of my best buddies or whatever. I consistently, I just, if it comes in my feed and it's violent and it shows weird stuff, then I unfollow immediately. And I don't care if it's, the closest of friends or whatever. I've done it multiple times on multiple accounts here, but I cannot, I don't want people to perturbate negative ideals. And that's why I got off Facebook at the initial, when the algorithm was implied back in 2013, or 2012 there. I just can't, I just don't deal with it well, and I don't want people to perpetuate certain values, right? So just an FYI, I do unfollow very frequently of anything that comes into my feed that is super negative. It's just the way that I do it, but yeah, so if you don't do that, then Merry Christmas. But if you do it, and I don't even care if it's in my inner circle, I don't think that like giving conscious energy to really bad stuff is a good thing. So I do unfollow super regularly according to those kind of ideals. So if you did post that, then whatever. But I just did follow you back there, Dagmar. So you can send me those topless pics that you've been texting me about. So now it's all open.
Oh, I'm so glad you can be my VTFF. I'm so happy. And thanks for the speech. I'll try not to do those things. I seem to be accused of that a lot. I don't know what it is about me and my voice or whatever, but people have some really horrible things to say about me, and it's like I have no idea where it comes from. I'm,
No, fuck
and
them, fuck them for that shit. What you say is different than what you propentiate, right? Like I don't want to push, if you guys remember, like the dead kid that came off of the shores, it was a Syrian kid that was coming to France or something like that, or Spain.
yeah,
You
I
guys remember
remember
that?
that. Yeah.
So I started unfollowing people that were doing that. And then eventually that led to me getting off Facebook altogether because people were just reposting it to glorify or get likes off of this kid. And I found it disgusting. And I left Facebook basically at that time. I just find it distasteful. And having a kid myself, it really hit me. It was a really emotional thing, and this thing was being pumped up through the algorithm to do this kind of thing. And that's why I realized, like, okay, the algorithm is not our friend, and I'm off of Facebook. And I just joined, Twitter in 2019 for something else, and then I ended up being here, whatever. But I just, I think we have to be really careful of what we're doing here because, people say that this is a virtual life, doesn't really matter, blah, blah, blah. But it does matter because look at the amount of solutions and all the other good stuff that we created here, but also on the creative side of creating nonsense and creating bullshit. I'm not really into it. You know what I mean? Like I want to find a solution here, right? And that's what the difference is in these rooms as opposed to other rooms. I'm not really, tuned into like Kevin McCarthy became the Speaker of the House. It's like, don't give two shits, don't even know what that means. I've had people explain it to me and I still don't understand it, and it still doesn't mean fuck all to me. It's like we are in a different paradigm, guys. We're changing paradigms. The switchover is real and it's happening, and it doesn't really matter what they do at this point because they have proven themselves inept at servitude towards the populace. So if you're going to act like you're dictators, then we don't really need you. It's immaterial to the process at this point.
I don't know either. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's weird. Normally I get that little thing that moves. Anyways,
Well,
I don't know.
I could hear your little sniff of cocaine before you went.
Oh
Go ahead.
yeah, yeah. Would it give me more confidence? I don't know. I think it's you can hear my voice changing too, right?
Yeah, now you sound much more masculine now. It's like, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, everybody likes to accuse me of so many things. The other day I was in a room and it was like I'm into a lot of mysticism and
Well, I'm accusing
spirituality.
you.
You were like, don't be like
I'm accusing
posting
you.
these things, posting all these things. Anyway, so I'm in this room and she says I get a really bad vibe about you, like something about a demon or something like that, and cuts me right off. Oh, anyways, this just goes on and on and on. I don't know what it is. I was talking to somebody else about that. Like, what in my voice triggers people to project all these things onto me? I'm like, I don't understand it. And it's not like it hasn't happened face to face either. People like to tell me their life stories, and it's like I don't, unsolicited at all. I just started a
Yeah, but
conversation with somebody and I'm there
you
forever.
you've got a strong voice, and that's fine. I mean, it's just don't question it. Just go with it.
Go
Just
with at
embrace
this
it.
stage. I am. But I mean, it's just, I'd like to figure out what it is, but I don't know what it is. I'm not going to get stuck
Who
there.
cares? Who cares?
Who
Like,
cares is right.
fuck them. If they can't
But
take
what
a
I want to
joke.
say in regard to, Speaker of the House is they're all corrupt. They're all corrupt as all get out,
Yeah,
and
we know
and like
that.
it's all just theater. It's all theater
Yes, of course
for
it
our
is.
minds, like
It's the
theater of the mind. It was
illusion. Well, look at how many American rooms. I mean, why have I been running these Canadian rooms for, fucking, I don't know, what is it, 70 hours now? It's like, because I'm not interested. I asked Zinc, I said, explain to me what this is going on. He said, okay, there's certain implications that go towards these committees and da da da. Okay, so basically a nothing burger. And, I mean, he didn't say that because it is important to the democracy. Like, because you guys have, like, the Americans have the most highly evolved democracy in the world. So it's very important to understand that. But to me, as a Canadian, it's like, it's just hyperbole, right? And, like, we have to be, and that's what the American rooms are all about. It's like, oh, is he going to win? Is he going to lose? And it's like, who cares, right? I mean, the end result is like, do we believe in this system at all?
Yeah, maybe
And
once upon a
and if
time.
we get a critical mass of people that don't believe in the system, then what, right? And then the danger is, and this is what we've pre-thought with economic long wave and a bunch of other people, and I posited this to all the gurus that come into our room. But the end result is like we end up with populism, and then populism can be very easily turned towards authoritarianism, which is then turned towards totalitarianism, right? So we're on an arc here, and we're gonna have to, they're gonna try to recreate the old arcs, and our job is to, like, fuck up their old arc by trying to get as much reach as possible and talk to as much people as possible. The reason why I ask for retweets of the room or whatever is not because I duly think that I'm, so omnipotent that I, feel like I'm super smarty pants and that I can do whatever. So I want to get the word out to other people to illuminate them to say, like, hey, like, we're gonna have to, like, not buy into the system. Like, yes, do the voting and do all the other stuff. Okay, Merry Christmas, that's done. But we're gonna have to activate on the base daily level, especially with where we put our money, right? Like, do we put our money towards, Carhartt that did a vaccine mandate, or do we put towards Starbucks that did a vaccine mandate? Like, no, we don't, right? Find your local coffee shop and start doing it that way, even if it's inconvenient. It's like, we're going to have to start doing these things. If we don't, then we're going to find ourselves in a world of pain, and we don't want to find ourselves in a world of pain. It's actually so simple that it's almost quizzical to me that we even have to have this discussion, right? So
I've said it before, I never get the pronunciation of Lao Tzu or Tao Tzu. I can't remember right now, but it's the art of war, and you're supposed to study your enemies and what's working for them, what's not, what have you. And well, one thing that's come to my mind is like they use a lot of loopholes. They're very must have like lawyer-minded minds, or the lawyers have found all the loopholes for them, what have you. Moving on, I feel like a really good loophole that we could garner is to form a religion. Because when you form a religion, you're not bound by the same rules and regulations as a lot of people are. Like for instance, I believe the Mennonites, or what's the other one? I can't remember. My brain's not working very good. The other one besides Mennonites is whatever. Anyways, I don't think they had to are bound by the same rules that we are. Like I don't think they have to have well, obviously they aren't. But I mean, if we could think of a religion, you know what I mean? It doesn't even have to be for real. It's just, to be under that umbrella, that's that we have to start thinking about things like that. That's just like like some thoughts in my mind. I think I've had it a few times and maybe voiced it a couple times. Come on, Walt, come back at me.
No, but so this is the second time Lao Tzu has come up through the audience. Yes, it's required reading for what we're going through right now, right? Do not disturb the enemy when he is destroying himself.
Sun Tzu.
Yes, Sun Tzu. Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
Art of War, and then if you want to go deeper than that, for anyone that's already read that, but it's worthy of a reread right now. But Miyamoto Musashi, Japanese guy, the first guy to come up with the idea of one long sword and one short sword, which prior to that it was like either two short swords or one long sword, and he said, why not combination a short sword with a long sword, which was the deadly combination. So Book of Five Rings is also sort of required reading after you read Sun Tzu Art of War. But Art of War is one of the required reading requirements of Fortune 500 companies, right? You have to know and understand these things. This is old knowledge, old war knowledge, but chess, war, it's all similar strategical thinking, right? We have to employ these old knowledges, and these books are, beyond ancient, right? Like when we talk about incorporation of the country and stuff like this, like there's very strong things that indicate that you should understand these things, right? It's very key. So I'll let Zinc sort of co-host here for a bit. I'm gonna eat some weird stuff right now.
So let's talk about Trump versus DeSantis. Let's go with that. Logpug loves that topic. Tino.
I I just came in. Someone said my name, Tino. I guess you're calling me. And the first thing that I heard before is we're going to talk about Trump versus DeSantis. But I don't know about that. I was really enjoying sort of Wog's pessimistic distrust of the space attendees, because this is also sort of confirming my retransformation to becoming a New World Order supporter. And I had another sign that confirmed that this morning as I was scrolling through the attendees of the WEF annual meeting, which is the Cooperation in a Fragmented World. I think it was Ellen Jean, she said she was Colombia, and it was just like all the timing was there, right, for me. I brushed over Gustavo Petro, the Colombia president. He's going to be an attendee, so he's going there, right? So it's like, these important people are going to this organization. So if I'm going to transfer over to a New World Order supporter, then obviously I need to, find out what these people are doing and, maybe follow them and listen to what they are proposing for the world. Because obviously, they've got everything written out here, all nice and clean. It's a nice website. It's a nice design. I really like it. The colors are nice and the reading is nice. Some cooperation for a fragmented world. One of the first topics that I need to bring myself up to is, how are they going to address the current energy and food crisis in the context of a new system for energy, climate, and nature, right? So that's sort of my daily plan here, is to sort of get back into that, and how can I support these attendees and everyone that's going to be attending this conference, or because they're talking about basically the world today is at a critical inflection point. The sheer number of ongoing crises calls for bold collective action. I mean, these people are spelling it out, right? And they've got it all. There's no this idea, what solutions do we come up with? They have the solutions. So I don't know. Going back to the idea of this mind chaos that we many times experience in spaces. Yeah, that's my thought for today. Just on a personal note, I've taken my daughter out of school. I'm going to deal with all the implications on how I deal with the laws on what they tell me I have to do with my daughter right now. She's 16 years old. And just a number of things going on that topic. But it's been years long. But recently, I'll just give you an example. Earlier this year, she had to write an essay on this Tate character, and I was like, why does she have to bring this into her mind, this character, Tate, and she has to actually put thought and energy into this guy, and now he's become a supposed human trafficker. Who knows? Like Wog says, it's like this 100% or 1,000% theater that we're living in. And another side point was that she was coming home, this climate change activist, telling me and all the adults around her that we had destroyed the world. So finally, I'm done with it. I've taken her out of school. I'm just going to deal with my own problems, deal with my family, deal with my wife of 25 years, and try to get that back on track, as she has been influenced by our neighbor who is divorcing her husband, while in the meantime she has taken her daughter through the whole transformation. And one of the reasons why she's divorcing her husband is because he never supported and paid for any of that. Yeah, I heard some interesting idea about Brahmin chickens. I'm going to be getting my chickens going also. So maybe, Terrence, you can DM me some information about chickens. Hope you guys have a good day. I'm going to get back to my fourth industrial revolution and listening to what Mr. Schwab has for us and wants to teach us how we should be really making the solutions. Have a good day, y'all.
Perfect. Thanks for that. You can also always check the UN SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals website, with its little 17 little colors.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I'll add that. I know those, but I need to actually know those by heart, I think.
Yeah, you can go to sdgs.un.org/goals. There's 17 goals. And up front, they all sound like nice things, but yeah, you got to look at their metrics for them.
Well, I think the real point is that, they have the goals and they have the solutions, and they're in black and white that everyone can read and follow. And, they've just got a narrative that's easy to follow. So let's learn to follow it, right? Because that's what it's about. We're in crisis,
So you ever hear the stories about feet washing up all over the west coast of Canada?
No,
Well,
it's feet.
yeah, they found a number of feet in shoes over probably a decade. Nobody could figure it out. I'm wondering if they weren't part of maybe like a concrete anchor that had been thrown in the ocean. But yeah, they showed up like, I want to say probably 10 to 12 feet. Wog probably knows. It's up on the west coast of BC. He was talking about something on that he didn't want to see, but I think we're allowed to talk about it. And hey, what do you think, Zink? Wog's pretty sure there's Sasquatches. You ever seen any?
No, not where I am. There's none out here.
I used to sell some funky gear, including night vision and parabolic listening devices and things. And I had several native guys in my shop back in the day, and they said they were out hunting them. And they were spending money buying gear to look for them. And they never reported back to me though.
Perhaps they found love.
I was wondering what that lady's son must look like if they named him Sasquatch. Probably looks a lot like Wog.
I was gonna say probably a very big baby, because they're naming them when they were a baby.
It might just be a
So
very hairy baby.
that too.
Wog or the Sasquatch?
Oh,
Zink, did Wog change his diet or something today? He's seemed a little off from the guy I've got to know on here.
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't on earlier.
He's been on a roll. Like somebody pissed in his cereal or something this morning.
yeah, I found an article about those 21 feet. I'm surprised. Like I haven't read it yet, but I'm gonna start reading it. But why haven't they done any DNA tests on those feet? Or maybe they have, and I'll read about it. Put it in the nest.
It's really odd. Yeah, I never heard much about anything. They never seem to, put a name to the body parts they found, as crazy as that sounds, but I'm sure a smart guy like Wog will have the answers. Hopefully he didn't fall asleep in that snowbank. Maybe somebody needs to call 911.
No, he was making something to eat. Remember? He said he's gonna eat something weird. And though it's 27 feet that washed ashore, and they ruled out foul play. How can you rule out foul play for 27 feet?
Was that the CBC? You can't always believe what you read on the CBC. But you're right, exactly. No information. They just tell us that they're finding all these feet. This is where I used to drive my boat. We swim in the waters around there and stuff. But yeah, interesting.
I'd forgotten all about that. And then when you mentioned it, I was like, yeah, I remember that. I remember that summer because I lived in Toronto at the time, and I took a walk down from one end of the East End Bridge where it ends at Connaught, the boardwalk near the water plant. And a boat, a really nice yacht, had washed ashore. It was like we had no idea how it got up on the beach. It was like this really beautiful yacht, and I found it so strange. And person that I was with, we both wondered if it had anything to do with the feet. Like maybe, because it's so weird, all the weird happenings.
Yeah, people go missing in the water, and lots of times they don't find them.
No, wait a minute. Was this like one of those weirdo? So, like, what happened there? Like, was it some kind of weirdo story of people disappeared in the water or something? I missed that.
You didn't hear, Wog, up the west coast of Canada, they were finding feet for a number of years. They must have found.
Yes, I know all about that, Regan, and I've delved. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what the chick was just talking about.
The chick.
It's nighttime, baby. Get with it.
Well, this chick was talking about finding a yacht that was washed ashore on Toronto beach near the water treatment plant, and we wondered how it got stranded on the beach, because it would have to be pulled into the water. That's how far up on the beach it was. We don't have tide in Lake Ontario, and so we wondered if it had something to do with the feet. I think that's where you came in.
The feet out here. That's like, how do you make that extension? That's like a major.
Well, I know it's weird, but I mean, it was weird the feet too, like maybe it was just we had heard about it that day or something, but I just remember connecting the two of them for some reason in my brain.
All
Maybe
right.
Wogpog had a boating accent.
Yeah. No. So I'll just that will be a solid no.
But wasn't it not just random? It was all left feet or something like that.
And in shoes, I believe.
No, it wasn't all left feet, and yes. So the reason why you would find feet off of a body is because, of course, there's foam involved in sneakers, right? So yes, it is a mystery. There is stuff to delve in on that, but as far as the link to Lake Ontario, tenuous at best, false at worst.
Is it a full moon or something there, Wog?
I think it was Friday. Somebody had said it was one on Friday. I never checked, but somebody had made that point for some reason.
So, Wog, did you change your coffee this morning or something? Did you go to tea or something like that, bud? Or did you quit smoking today?
No, I didn't quit smoking, and no, I'm just pissed off, and I expect more from my audience. I'm sorry, but I expect people to take breaks off these things and go into research mode. I want like, just like what happened with our rooms. Like, we were covering shit now. They're covering in these big rooms, like, yesterday, and they were covering like blah blah blah. And it's like, dude, we covered that like fucking 3 weeks ago. I was getting text message DM saying, what the fuck? Like you guys already covered this. Like, I know, but we're only getting like to like 100 people, right, at a time, or 200 people or whatever. It's like, it's time to either research or spread the fucking word. Do one or the other. Like,
One of
it's,
these days, we should just open the room and make it about the snake venom and act it like it's new, and
yeah, right.
just push it really hard for like a day. Like,
Yeah, snake venom in the water. Yeah, no, we should just like troll, basically, is what you're talking about. We should actually just troll the fucking idiots, right? It's like, are you guys actually going to do this? Like, but it's the newest thing, right? And so there's a little bit of frustration there, Regan. I I expect, like, we are at the forefront of all of the stuff, right? But we're at the forefront with like what, 100 people like listening to our rooms, like, oh, please retweet the room. It's like, oh my god, like, it's so, my freedom finger is like blistered. I can't touch any two, it's, so I don't understand, um but I do understand, because there's only so many people that actually do stuff. And so yeah, I was a little bit crotchety this morning. I get in these moods where it's like, like I said, National Spaces Audience Abuse Day. Why not? Why not just abuse them and just say, you know, get into it, activate. That's all I'm saying. It's actually a positive, but yeah, is that what you're pointing towards, Regan, or
Yeah,
what?
but brother, don't get me wrong. I loved it. I thought it was perfect. I thought it was appropriate, and I love to see that side of you, man. So no, hats off to you. That's where some of my fucking words come from. I'm frustrated, and you do a lot more than me. I'm learning from you more than you're learning from me. But I'm here trying to make a difference, and I'm trying to spread the word. So I appreciate the work you put in, man. You and Zinc both, man. So hats off.
Well, I appreciate Zinc more than I appreciate myself, because of course Zinc is, way smarter than I am. So I just try to surround myself with smarter peoples, right?
You're getting some good people into your room now, Wog. Today, I mean, that was great, going back and forth with the doctor, being able to ask them different questions, and that scientist. I mean, I thought it was great.
Well, I think that Lee sort of like leads the match on. He's sort of a shit disturber, like I am, right? Like, I mean, Lee is clearly like, he is saying some good stuff, but he's also like trolling like quite a bit. So it's sort of it's hard to keep that shit in line, right? Because a lot of people look up to, like, quote unquote doctors, right? But we're talking to a LASIK doctor, right? So it's, yeah, so there's lots of takedowns that happen with that. And, people were DMing me saying like, I really want to take this guy down. It's like, well, take him down. Like, like, let's get the convo going, but there's a lot of acquiescing in the rooms towards doctors still. And I try to just always call them by their first name, like Dr. Patrick or Dr. whatever, because I I mean, I get it that these people, like, especially Dr. Patrick, I mean, he's the OG in Canada. I mean, he basically lost his license, but you got to be careful about hyperbole, right? And it's the same thing with Dr. Schumacher. Why it's really hard to get him into a room, because he's been so outspoken and so, throwing out like 3% death rate and all this other stuff. It's like, well, the metrics and what I'm seeing is not that, right? So throwing out hard numbers, and I'm always caveating my numbers because I'm just going off of Dr. Charles Hoff here in BC. But I mean, what we're really trying to do here is we're trying to find the middle ground and of reasonableness, and like move from there, right? And it's really easy to go hyperbolic and say like, oh, you're all fucked, and this and that and the other thing. But I don't know what to do here. I want to unite everybody, and I want to get moving on like our strategic thinking, right? So it's tough because I can't really say, because like even my metrics, like they may be off by a magnitude. I don't know, but a magnitude off of like 0.4% is still the 4% max adverse events, and then death magnitude off of that is 1%, but still 1% is pretty significant for any drug or intervention, right? But my job is to sort of, like, the way I view my job here in Spaces is to try to hold the middle ground, right? It's not to be on one side of the stick or the other side of the stick, and I don't know like what's going on, but all I feel or fear, both ways, feel or fear, is that we're going to hyperbole, right? We're going to like one end of
Maybe
the
we should
stick.
just terrify them. Maybe just make them think they're all gonna die.
Yeah, but that's not strategic thinking, right?
Well, no, it's strategic because it makes them, really push for something new, right? It makes them ambitious. Tell them
Yeah,
they're all
but
gonna be dead
maybe,
in 5 years.
well, then maybe that's like your like that can be your goal on your rooms, right? And I can have my goal on my rooms. I was a little bit stricken by how much that Mikey and TR6 were like pumping the other room. Even myself, I pumped the other room and said, "Hey guys, like go over and check out the Malone room." But I know how much of a dogfight, cockfight that's going to be, and like
Yeah, don't
you're
go in
not going to
those
get
rooms. That's
much.
a waste of time.
Well, that's what it's going to be, right? You're going to get like 30 seconds from Malone, and then like 20 minutes from some fucking retard non-known doctor that's finally gotten a microphone. And yeah, it was going to be a jerk fest. No matter, they just had too many doctors going on, like it's, and that's like the misunderstanding. Like again, it's another boomer misunderstanding. Like it's much more valuable for one of them to come into one of our rooms where we know how to run it than like whatever, right? Like it's drips and drabs, but
And it's not like any
again,
of them can tell us anything we don't already know.
well, no, exactly. So we're already regurgitating, right? It's like, here's Dr. Malone, like setting the pace. It's like, we already know all that stuff. So that's why we, in the back channels, it was referred to as like, let's get the secondary whatever. And but we did see people that went over, spoke their piece, and then like came back in, but we're making inroads, guys, and what we're trying to do is get rid of the Marion Awful network effect, and getting rid of like whoever the guy that was hosting that thing, like whatever DJ radio host that was doing that thing. Like we're trying to like get traction, and we are getting traction, but it really requires audience participation and like network effect, right? And like people don't get that thing, like the same thing with like the retweet the room or whatever. It's like, oh look, we got like a fancy pants doctor in here, like, oh, we're so special. It's like, okay, yeah, now it's the time to like retweet and like share and say, Buddy is in here, whatever his name is, like famousdoctor.com is in here right now. Get in here, right? And you have to keep, I don't know. The way that I've sort of noticed is that, and this is like hilarious, but basically the less I talk in the rooms, the more successful they are. So there's that. And I don't think like retweets are really the way to hack the algorithm. It's just like organic movement. That's what I've noticed. We don't really need retweets are from following the metrics. Retweets are highly ineffective. So I would call for a basic pausing on all of that. Just focus on content of what you're delivering to people, and it will naturally occur or not, you know? And the other thing to that is like be very careful of who you get up for speakers, because there's a marked difference when you get like one of those diatribing people up there. It's really distasteful to the crowd, right? It's like, oh, I'm here and I'm going to talk about grandma had balls, you know. It's like, we called grandpa grandpa because he had balls. It's like, you just told us a story that led us to absolutely nothing, right? So yeah, there's that, but there's also the component of like the thing that makes spaces valuable in itself is the fact that we can all get a space to talk, right? So it's balancing like everybody has a right to talk versus, everyone has a right to diatribe and whatever, right? So I'm an interrupter room, and that's not really like, if you go back to like Joe and Bob's rooms, like there was no interruptions allowed, right? It was like, oh, you're interrupting, you know. Um, my goal is to get to the point of like having no hands and then having like a kitchen conversation. Now, that said, it's pretty much impossible with someone that doesn't have microphone etiquette, which is basically learned either through gaming or, real world
You're stalking.
experience. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They don't have the thing, right? So then I want to get to know no hands, but we never get there because there's always, another hand to go through. And then once you start diatribing, like what'll happen is that, Joe New Age person will just start going on and on for like 25 minutes. And it's like, so no hands doesn't work with this dude because he's no hands to him is interpreted as carte blanche. Let's talk about, Theta fucking 9000 or whatever it's called, right? It's like, what the fuck has just happened? And so you wake up like a half an hour later, like, this is ball sack, and I'm gonna have to like go back to hands and like pee spank this guy. It's like, wait.
Is it just me or what?
No, just
No.
fucking around and seeing how long it would take anybody to speak.
Penis.
Well, I need another host to give me a tongue lashing. I haven't had enough this week.
I started off this week fucking tongue lashing you fucking retard. And then just went into Global's room and just went off ballistic. And it's like, oh wow. This is like what unregulated Regan looks like. I'm gonna fucking do. I'm an internet warrior. It's like me and you are buddies, and I was like, oh wow, this is fucking classic. I went in there for like 10 seconds, and I was like, holy shit, Regan is going off.
Did they
Hey,
talk?
Global and I have been buddies for a while, Wog.
I don't care about that. I'm saying that when you were in his room, you were just like, oh, we're gonna blah, 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 blah. It's like tough guy talk. It's like, oh shit. I can't compete with that kind of like fear porn, and like if you get yourself into those kind of things where it's like, I don't know, man. It was like, I was like, holy shit, dude, this is like Regan Unleashed, right? Because when you come into my rooms, I'm always trying to like PB spank you back down, and then you went into his room and you're like, Unleashed Regan, the Wrath of Khan. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, holy shit, dude, I'm like concerned for your like mental well-being.
Well, I am a Gemini, Wog.
Oh yeah, you're a Gemini, all right. Fucking Gemini. What's that mean? Take it up the ass and fucking
I was
give it
gonna
at the
ask,
same time?
what's your moon cycle there?
I'm sure the ladies in the room know what I mean.
Oh yeah, Gemini means you take it up the ass while you're giving it at the same time. Yeah, Gemini. It's like a super bisexual sign. So most of the Geminis I know are bisexual or bi-curious and don't even know it. So yeah,
Well, I mean, I think
they're
the pictures
weirdos.
of like a guy holding his wife's hand while another dude's fucking her, right? Like that's the picture of a Gemini, right?
Yeah, well, they got that like little 69 symbol, right? That's like, oh, I'm a Gemini. It's like, what they don't show is like, the other dude like tickling dude's balls while he's, doing his mistress in front of his wife or whatever, cuckold, weird shit. Or the opposite, right? It's usually some kind of cuckold. I've noticed with Geminis, they're big into cuckolding, so I don't judge, I don't judge, but I just know that from, my experience with like astrological signs and stuff is that generally Geminis want to, have their balls tickled by another dude. So it's kind of a weird thing, but to each his own, right? I mean, who am I to judge?
That's way too much information there, Wog.
Well, you're a Gemini, right? So we both know you're a Gemini. It's all good, buddy. It's okay.
Reagan, he just wants you to tickle his balls. That's what it sounds like. Can you not do that for the man?
No, he's a Gemini. So
But you sound fascinated by ball tickling, so I think you want him to I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's my jam.
That's why I
Correct.
didn't talk. That's why I didn't talk. I figured I'd let him bury himself.
Oh no! He likes the quiet tickling. He likes no talking, just the witness in the side of the room, right? I know guys that are dinking other guys' wives, dude. Like I know guys that are on those like apps and shit, and like I've seen pictures like this is real. Like this is real. It's like the new thing is like get your wife dinked by another dude, and it's like these dudes don't even have to be like looking or anything. Like they're just basically like dudes that are willing to, it's quite something.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
get a
it's
lot of that in the
amazing.
big city, Wog. That sounds more like a a small town thing. You'll
Oh
see a lot
no,
of that in the
no,
big
no,
city.
no, no, dude, no, dude. It. Trust me, it's worldwide. Like there is like a full cucking thing going on. You want to just what? You got a hot wife? What are you talking about? You got a hot wife? Like you know, you could
Yeah, I
get your
guess if we
balls
ever get
tickled.
too low on money, right?
No, no, it's not about money. Like these guys aren't rolling on money. It's like literally like experience. Maybe your wife wants a little taste of like, a little teaspoon
Of the
of
Wagmeister.
variety. No, I'm not saying me specifically. I'm just saying like, maybe she wants a little
This
variety,
conversation might be better in a private DM there, Wag.
Well, a little private. Well, what I'm saying is like a little teaspoon of variety might be a good thing. I'm just throwing it out there. Not for me personally. Just
She doesn't like circumcised guys, buddy. Sorry, you're out.
not me. I'm just saying like there's no, but I'm serious. Like I've been talking to dudes like in the periphery, like single dudes, and like, well, what are you doing to get laid? And it's like, oh, I'm like banging this guy's wife, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? He's like, oh yeah, I got fucking pics and everything. I was like, come on, and he's like, oh no, she likes pics, and the dude in the corner like sort of watching the whole thing, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And then he sends me pictures, and I'm like, and this guy's like ugly as fuck, like skin tag central and whatever, right? And I'm like, are you serious? And he's like, oh yeah, I'm serious. And I was like, there's no way. And he's like, yes way. And then he fucking shows me the pictures. I'm like, holy shit, dude. He's got like the fucking proof in the pudding, right? It's like this is like literally what goes on now. Because again, back to the dissolution of like society. It's like this is like the new thing, right? So it's like, wow. Who am I to judge, right? Who am I to judge?
What the fuck is FAFO? Wogpog. What's FAFO?
Fuck around and find out.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a good statement.
Well, we went through the doctor nurses thing, and then it was like, okay, the room shit itself, and then we went through the second thing, the room shit itself, and it's like, okay, fuck it. Like, the first time it shit itself is my fault, and then the second time it was like, well, it's not my fault, so I don't know. Like,
You're trying to please. Don't worry, man. It's not your fault.
oh, I don't know. I'm not, I depend on tough guys like Regan to sort of be the tough guy enforcers.
That's your liquid courage over there, Waggy.
I don't think so, bro. I think that, I got to depend upon my Chuck Norris jeans guy. Did you never even reacted to that thing? I tagged you in that thing, and you like it was like zero.
I gave you the same reaction I gave Rampart the other night.
Oh yeah, what was that?
I just let him bury himself. He went on and on and on. You didn't hear that?
Well, oh yeah, I was there, bro. I was there.
I just quietly went off to the corner and let him keep talking.
Yeah, but when I tagged you in that, it was funny. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what your next comment was going to be, so I stayed out of it.
Hey, you guys, we have to get serious here. Like, who would win in a fight, Rambo or Chuck Norris? You want to go America?
Chuck Norris.
You know what's funny? I'm trying to
Chuck
actually.
Norris.
No way. Fuck no.
Chuck Norris.
Against Rambo?
Oh, Chuck Norris. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
are we gonna give Rambo like a blowtorch and a machete or what?
Rambo can't. Oh my god, man. Rambo. Okay.
Rambo's got no close skills. Rambo,
Does
you have
Rambo
to close
get a
the gap.
bazooka?
Yeah,
Does
yeah,
not.
yeah.
Shit, man.
You have to close.
Chuck,
You
are
have
you
to
talking?
close the gap.
See, I'm from Hope, BC, where Rambo was filmed. So I'm gonna be a little biased on this, but I'm saying like fucking Rambo kills Chuck Norris. There's no way.
Oh,
Redhead?
bullshit! Like
Redhead.
Rambo is all length fighting, right? It's all. There's only a few scenes where he's actually like up close and personal, but no, Chuck Norris kicks his ass. I agree with
But does
Rika.
Chuck Norris see Rambo coming out of that bush, right? Like I don't even know, man. The way Rambo fought was like you never seen him coming. I don't know much about Chuck
Yeah,
Norris.
but Chuck Norris is also fucked up. Like Chuck Norris wouldn't have ninja moves.
I think it has to come to a vote. I'm pretty sure Rambo kills Chuck Norris, but maybe a
No
few
bullshit.
will agree.
Bullshit. No, in a one-on-one, hand-to-hand fight, Chuck Norris
Hand to
kicks his
hand,
ass.
fucking no chance. Rambo wins every time.
Oh,
100%.
is that a throwdown? Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready
Well,
to recreate this shit. I don't know how.
Okay. So we got to start a poll and get Sylvester Stallone and Chuck Norris together in an actual like fucking
What
to the
about
death
Jean-Claude
battle.
Van Damme?
Who? What?
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah,
Oh
he would
no,
win.
he's a
He might beat
pussy.
him all.
He's a pussy. No, he's a pussy.
Hey,
He's a pussy.
Wogpog, did you
He
not
knows
grow
he's
up
a
with
pussy.
Bloodsport?
No,
Wogpog,
no,
did you
no,
not
no.
grow
He
grow up
knows
with
he's a
the
pussy.
Bloodsport?
No, Jean Claude
bro.
knows he's a pussy. Like that's the difference between him and Rambo and Chuck Norris.
He
Like
is not a pussy, but you're right. I get your point. Jean-Claude Van Damme was Bloodsport's hero,
Okay,
right?
He was also time cop. He could travel back in time and just murder them as babies.
Well, there you go. So he does. He has that hack. He could win.
No. Listen, have you ever seen the Volvo commercial where he does splits?
No.
What the fuck, dude? You don't even. Okay, zero street cred now. Drop him down as a speaker. This is like zero street cred. I can't even believe that you've never. What the fuck, dude? Like
I
zero
didn't
street
know he
cred.
was doing fucking commercials, man. I had no idea.
No, fuck you. You're done. You're out.
That's cool,
You
man.
have no like. Again, it comes
Brother,
back
it was
down to
fun
the
talking. If I disagree with you and it makes you feel
no, the
insecure,
fucking
get rid of me,
laziness.
motherfucker.
No, the laziness of the fucking research.
Fuck, what a bitch.
Oh, fuck you. You're a cunt tweezel. You listen to this. You're a douche nozzle. That's what we call a
You're
douche
a
nozzle.
wannabe. You're a try-a-bee. You're a fucking loser. But I'm with
Oh,
you,
here
brother.
we go.
I love you.
Here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna put it up in the nest just for you. I'm not even gonna kick you out. I'm just gonna say like
You guys can kiss each other's wives and make up.
No, I'm just gonna say he's like a total beta cuck. At this point, we've
Wogpog
established.
wants to be me, but he can't, and he's just a
Oh
smart
yeah,
guy that tries to be smart.
yeah. I
But
want to
it's
be
fun.
I want to be a fucking winner
Man, 'cause I
living
like
in
him.
Hope, BC. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
dude.
living the life. I have an amazing life. I'm sorry your
sure.
life sucks, dude.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
It's funny that you remember that because I have no idea where Wogpog lives. But thank you, brother. I do like you.
I never tell you where I live. Okay, look up in the nest there.
I know where he lives.
Cocksucker.
He lives in a van down by the river.
Yeah, with his wife. His wife comes and visits. Okay, so you should see it number one in the nest there, Cockknocker. I can't believe you've never seen this.
Hey man, I'm a Native American in Canada. This guy's racist. Let's Wogpogs.
You don't have nothing. You got nothing. You got nothing on me, bro. I got you
completely
fucking
I'm
stacked.
completely
I got
joking, man. I
stacked.
don't even care
I'm
about you.
stacked. I'm so stacked against any fucking like fucking ethnocentric fucking bullshit that is like, come at me. I got you.
I'm not.
I
I
got
just
you.
think it's so funny that you're that sensitive. But it's all
I'm
good,
not
dude.
that. I'm not that sensitive, bro. I'm not that sensitive. Look at that fucking thing. First one in the nest. I just gave it to you. I gave you
I'm not gonna
the
look at your nest.
Jean-Claude
I'm
Van
just telling
Damme
you.
like fucking set down, and you're still fucking talking about how big your cock is. I don't care. I
Why are
want
you
you to
talking about
watch
my
that
cock, man? I
video.
never mentioned my cock.
Oh,
That
I know
gets
your cock.
creepy.
I know your cock. I know you got one of those,
Damn, you
4
want my cock?
inchers.
That's shit. What's going on here, guys? I'm just trying to have fun and Wogpog. This is kind of like getting into something really creepy here.
Go watch it. Go watch it. I just gave it to
Watch
you.
Van
I
Damme. I
do.
love
I'm
Van
doing it
Damme.
for
I told you I
you.
love Van
I'm
Damme.
doing it for you, bro. I love you. I want you to fucking understand the depth of perception of Jean-Claude Van Damme. That's all.
What did he do? Sorry, I just only watched Bloodsport as a kid. I don't know. Did he actually kill babies and shit? I have no
Watch
idea.
the fucking video. How many times I got to say it to you? Watch the video. Watch the video. First one in the nest. Watch the video. First one in the nest. Watch the video. First one in the nest. Do I have to just like keep on repeating it? It's like, oh yeah, I forgot. It's got the sheep fucking sheep fuckers.
Sheep fuckers? What are you talking about? I don't want to watch Van Damme fuck a sheep if that's what you're asking.
Too late. We're moving on.
Thank God.
Where do you get all those sheep fucker videos, anyways, Wog?
Look at that fucking video, dude. It's fucking primo facie fucking understanding of what's going on. And that's actually real, even though it looks CG and shit. Like there is background shit going on there to make sure that he didn't kill himself, but he did that first take, first real go. That was actually real. Jean-Claude Van Damme at 54 is a bigger man than most of us. You know, I mean, yeah, he went through his coke addictions and all the rest of it. How wouldn't you, right? Getting sucked into that system. You know, we get offered when my kid was young. We get offered like, you know, come become a child star or whatever sort of thing. Like all shit paid and like shit tons of coin for the parents and blah blah blah, and we just turned it down. Like I wouldn't. I'm not, you know, subjecting my baby to like making tons of coin, right? And you shouldn't either, right? Because you know where all that ego shit leads yourself to. So yeah, I don't know. I just would never. I'd never do it, right? It was not like in the cards for me because I knew that it led to something like not not good, right? So yeah, it's never. I don't know. I just don't. I don't want weird shit. I don't want to be notoriety. I don't want this for my kid. I don't want whatever, right? I don't want to build an ego. Oh, I was in the movie like as a kid or whatever. Like it doesn't really matter. Like the thing is, like you just don't. I would never subject my kids to that. I would never look at my kids as an income stream. That's like pretty simple for me, right? But you look at all these kids that have gone through this like roller pin of Hollywood, and it's like, yeah, you could have like started your kid's career off. Like, can he consent at that age? That's my question. Can he consent?
I
Right?
think you're just a good dad, Wogpog. You sound like a good
Yeah.
dad.
Yeah, no, I protect my kid. Like I'm not doing any of that weird shit. Did you watch that video though, by the way?
Sorry, no, I'm literally just doing a bunch of shit trying to get ready for bed here, but it's probably
No. Watch that video, dude. I'm serious. It's like super good. Like
John video.
Yeah. It takes like 30 seconds. It's like super good. Like I'm not dogging you guys. I think it's actually like you can control your mind. You can control. So that was shot in one take, and they nailed it in the first take. They had there's all kinds of CG safety equipment that you can't see in that original, like because I've de-parsified it quite a bit. But he got it in the first take, and that was like true. Like that was actually, so it's sort of like a thing for Volvo autonomous driving or whatever, but who cares about all the whatever stuff. But he's Bruce Lee, dude. I mean, he is Bruce Lee. He's like Jackie Chan. Like
Do the poll.
Do
the poll like you said you were gonna do. The poll.
No, someone else
talked
can.
on a
Someone
lot
else
of
can do
polls
it.
tonight.
Someone else can do the poll. I'm too tired. I don't.
Yeah, I'm okay today. I'm just at some point do the poll. I'll do the poll.
Well, we know you'll do the poll. The question is, will we do the poll? Right? Because you're. I bet you know how. Do you know how to pole dance?
No, but I know how to polka.
Oh, there you go. Close enough. Nah, I'm just too tired. I don't care. Like audience abuse day, right? Just fucking give them a hard penis lashing. No one cares. No one's actually interested. Like half the people down below aren't even listening. So it's like you can say whatever you want right now.
Your voice lulls them to sleep.
Doubt it.
Really?
I doubt it. Well, why? Does it do that to you?
I'm awake, dude.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because Olive always comes in and says, "Oh, Zinc, please talk." I don't get any of those compliments, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, somebody wants to talk.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Mohammed.
Yeah, greetings. How are you doing?
We are well. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm talking from the Gambia in West Africa.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. You know the Gambia?
Does it snow there a lot?
What?
Does it snow there a lot?
No, we never experienced snow. In Gambia here, we never experienced snow.
So you don't go skiing or anything, or snowshoeing in the winter, or ice hockey, or?
No, we never experienced that.
What about global warming? Is global warming like a concern there?
Yeah, we have some beautiful sunshine weather.
So is it getting hotter? Is like global warming like a super concern over there? It's like super hot and like unusually hot.
Yeah, like especially if you are young without parents, it is hard, because as for my condition, I'm here living with my old grandmother and the youngest siblings. We lost our parents some years ago. So as I'm the oldest siblings, I was the one struggling, to help the family. Before this COVID-19, I normally go to the bush to cut down the trees and sell it as a firewood. But due to this global warming, they say no one should be going to the forest to cut down the trees. And that really affects us a lot because I have not completed my schooling. That's why I couldn't able to have a job. So I normally go for these daily hard labors. Yeah, I struggle a lot, to feed the family, to put something in our table.
Was COVID-19 like a thing where it's like it just totally decimated Gambia?
Yeah, because like the problem here is our government. The government doesn't care the poor. They only care themselves, their families, and their relatives. So they don't care. That's why they even stop us for going to the forest. Yeah.
Is it
Maybe if
expensive? Is it expensive to have a cellular and internet there?
yeah, internet is expensive. Though for me, I don't use money on internet. We have a one internet cafe around our area here. I normally go there early in the morning to clean their environments. And when I clean their environment, they connect.
My cellular is very expensive, so I have a GoFundMe. Go to gofuckyourself.com and you'll find my GoFundMe. And I'm having a hard time.
Savage.
Can you give us that address again, Wog? I didn't get to write it down.
It's GoFuckYourself.com with an A.
Thank you.
My internet connection costs a lot of money here in Canada. Actually, the highest in the world. If you want to know data gigabyte percentage, Canada is one of the highest in the world. But I have to go and renew my cell phone on Black Friday because guess what? I got 100 gigs now, and that's what everybody has to renew their cell phone on one weekend in the world. So it's on Black Friday. Otherwise, you get fucked for the rest of the world, the rest of the day, the rest of the year. So, yeah.
It's not just here that happens.
No, you have to like it's world. No, it's Canada. We get fucked like per percentage. Like I don't know how many gigs you got on your phone, but I timed my renewal thing always every year on Black Friday, and I'm like, well, how many gigs can you give me like now? And it's like, oh, we'll give you like 100 gigs, but I pay like $80 a month for that. Like if you look like worldwide on like cell phone bills, Canada's like at the top. Like it's super fucked. Like this is a socialist system at work, guys. Like we get fucked. Like if you're in the States, like you can go unlimited, like Verizon, AT&T, whatever. And yeah, I got the same thing after, 100 gigabytes. I'm back down to, my unlimited quote unquote plan. But it's been so irritating, like, connecting to my buddies in the States. Okay, sign up this thing and then say that it roams and this and that. It's like, I got a fucking business plan, dude. I got like my own fucking number involved in this. I can't like switch my number all over the place into like America, but they've always had like way better plans than we've had in Canada. Like we pay like through the nose for internet on cellular. Like it's 80, 90, $100 a month.
Yep, I got four phones I pay for, and yeah, $400 a month. That's what I pay.
Well, you can hack it if you go to Rogers. If you're not like, so the reason why I stick with TELUS here in BC is because it has the biggest coverage. So I'm pretty much guaranteed like coverage. Like, and I've tested all these. Like, I've actually tested them like to like when you get like coverage or not. And if it came down to it and your wife was like crashed on like number 3 highway, you would want TELUS, right? For example. But there is like the best thing about like upgrading to the newest iPhone, if your carrier will do it, and they will do it if you have such a crazy amount of money you're spending per month, is that they will get you onto iPhone 14. And the cool thing about iPhone 14 is that the only like thing that's basically different is that it has the ability to use the satellite network to ping your location and say like, hey, I need like rescue or something like that. So that's pretty much the only thing that the new iPhone has that the other ones don't. So I don't know. The wife really wants to like stick with iPhone, but I'm like pushing her towards, de-googling and doing what I'm talking about. But the other thing that's a super advantage with iPhone is the video and the photo quality is so high that it really does outdo any other phone on the market, right? Like as far as like just taking a picture and like making sure that it's decent. So there's that. I mean, that's basically like the end resulter. But I do like that thing of like having my kids or the wife being able to like call into the satellite server and give location and stuff like so. But again, like edge use case, right? So whatever.
It's 4:20 here on the east.
4:20 in the morning.
I use
Zinc doesn't
24-hour
sleep.
time.
Is it 4:20 in the morning?
There's only one 4:20. I believe you're referring to 16:20.
Okay, all right. It's 11:20 in South Africa. I get you.
Is it snowing down there?
Nope. It never really snows, but you do find sometimes a little bit. But we do have floods and the climate change and global warming. We do have a lot of those issues in the country.
So where do you go skiing and snowshoeing?
We go to America or Europe.
Is there any hot chicks over there?
Sorry?
Hot chicks? Is there any hot chicks in South Africa?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, ladies in South Africa, you know where to send your topless pics, right here to wogpogreel.com. Yeah, so what else is going on in South Africa? Anything? Or Is there any riots or rolling blackouts or nonsense?
Absolutely. I mean, we do have this also leadership changing, and in terms of okay, I'm not politic. I'm more based in business. Yeah, but yeah, there's definitely because you would know this. I mean, if America sneezes, we all sneeze, or we all cough, or yeah, if Russia coughs, we all cough. So that's the reality.
Are you in banking as well? Like we had another person come in from South Africa tonight. They were an investment banker. Are you a banker?
Yep, I am.
Oh, ooh, okay, very good. I gave her shit, but I won't give you shit. So just keep on doing whatever factual basis of whatever. So is the American dollar going to zero or not?
I think we are sitting, the last time I checked, it was about 15.5. So one rand is about $15.
Yeah, but in the long play, like I believe that the American dollar will be the hideout for capital, because they took out Western Europe. But when BRICS hits, I think that there's going to be like a major devaluation in American currency. But that's just me.
I think so too, because at some point, I mean, in the 90s, at some point, it was one rand was about $2 was actually around 2 rands. But because of political issues in Africa, and yeah, so it just shoots up.
What's it at now?
I said $1 is about 15. At some point, it was 20 something, and
Yeah, but what
pound,
is it now?
it's about 15.5.
So what's that? 20 rand to a dollar, or 5 rand to a dollar? Six.
I'm saying $1 is about 15 rand 50 cents.
So that's how far you guys have devalued. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is extremely. At some point, we even got to 20 rands, but we are way better. I think you also clued up with Nigeria. Nigerian nairas, it's very, yeah, it's too extremely bad.
Any questions from the room there to South Africa?
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you watching The Real Housewives of South Africa?
I'm not big on television.
Okay.
I'm studying, so yeah, apparently, yeah, it's running, but I just hear it here on the spaces, but I'm
Don't
not
start.
so much
Don't start. Don't start.
clued up.
Don't
I'm
start.
not so much clued up.
Yeah. Don't start. You're not missing anything. So your world take on Western economy shitting itself or not shitting itself? Do you have a perception of that?
Yeah, Walk. Why are you putting me on the spot now? Yes.
Because you're a goddamn investment banker, so it's your job to keep on top of things.